Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. Look, don't flood the comments section about feeding the raccoons. I learned my lesson, but it had nothing to do with the raccoons themselves. My kids discovered that once you feed a raccoon, you make a friend for life. They named her Rudy, and she comes by our back deck multiple times a day. It was the highlight of the day watching those forbidden puppies use their hands to snack, and the kids would fill a bowl full of fruit and other goodies that the raccoons love to eat. When Rudy comes by, we make sure to view her behind the glass of our sliding glass door, and the bowls are placed right in front of the door so we can watch the fun. Rudy was a well-routined raccoon and showed up around 10 p.m. every night. I figured this would come to an end in the fall when the kids would be changing their sleeping schedule back for school. But the summer's not over, and we haven't seen Rudy in over a week. She was a big girl. I thought she might have been pregnant and maybe gave birth and was taking care of a new family. I told the kids that she might come back to visit with her babies when they were old enough, but that we might not see her again. The most ideal situation is that she's out there taking care of her babies. It's the one that I keep my fingers crossed for. But personally, I think that something scared Rudy away. And I think I saw what it was. I'll never tell the kids that I saw this thing. But I'm now making sure their bedroom windows are locked tight every night before the sun goes down. Our house is out in the sticks. We don't get anybody wandering onto our property. Never has been a concern. That night, we set a bowl of snacks out for Rudy and we waited. 10 o'clock passed, then 11 o'clock. Close to midnight, the youngest had passed out, and as much as the older one tried, her eyes were also too heavy to hold up anymore. My husband and I each grabbed one to take upstairs to their bedroom. Then we went back downstairs to turn off the lights in the movie that we'd been watching on the couch. Both of us are flipping switches in tandem, and eventually the downstairs is fully dark, aside from the moonlight. We joined back together, making sure that we had our phones and everything else we needed before retreating upstairs to our room. The floor shook before we heard anything. It was the vibration you feel in your sternum before your ears can process it. The wooden deck groaned with a deep structural protest under immense, concentrated weight. When Rudy would come by, she'd sometimes jump down from a pine tree next to the house. The thud she'd make against the deck wasn't anything compared to what had just landed. The crickets stopped. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath as we both cautiously approached the window, the one that faced the back deck, so we could get a look at what made the noise outside. What we saw was both terrifying and fascinating. Then it went to only terrifying, and stayed there like a gas gauge on empty. Peeking out our window, we saw what could only be described as a Bigfoot. 2 of them, possibly siblings by their size, their matching fur color. They don't look like monsters from a movie. They looked like a distortion of anatomy, an unsettling blend of primal power and sickeningly human posture. They were both easily taller than 7 feet, with frames so wide that they block out the woods behind them entirely. Their torsos were barrel-chested and devoid of any visible neck under a coat of matted, dark auburn hair that was caked with dried mud and forest debris. Their hair isn't uniform. It's thinner around the joints and the chest, revealing a leathery slate of gray skin underneath. Looks calloused or scarred. Around their faces, the hair transitions into a dark, coarse fringe, framing their facial features that resembled leathery masks of profound, ancient intelligence. They had heavy, prominent brow ridges that casted deep shadows over their eyes, but the moonlight caught them just right. There was no animal eye shine, no green or red reflective glow. They had massive, dark, human-like irises. They were scanning the yard and the windows of the house. They both looked intently at the bowl of fruit and dog food that we'd left out for Rudy. My husband and I are frozen like statues in the dark of our living room, hoping the shadows concealed us enough to stay hidden. We watched one of the Bigfoot pick up the bowl with both hands, take an apple out with its mouth. The other Bigfoot then grabbed the bowl, dumped the dog food into its mouth. They were consumed in less than a second. The apple took one bite to finish, and the dog food was more inhaled than chewed. They began walking around on the deck, sniffing the air as their big eyes looked around for more food sources. They get right next to the window that we're standing at, and then, slowly, both sets of their eyes track right to us. It's a look of conscious recognition. One of them has its jaw slightly slack, revealing square, oversized ivory-colored teeth. The other's mouth is a tight, grim line. Their expression isn't mindless rage. It's a heavy, crushing curiosity. They studied the inside of the house the way a human studies a cage. The one on the left slowly lifts a hand to the glass. It's near the size of a trash can lid. The thumb sat lower on the palm than a human's, and the fingernails were thick, black, covered in dirt. It didn't slam the window. It listened to the glass flex as it gently pressed its flat palm against the thin barrier between us. Then, the other one pressed its face against the window to get a better view. The glass began to fog from the hot, heavy breath radiating from its nostrils, and a foul, metallic scent of copper and decay crawled through the microscopic cracks on the door frame. They just stood there, silhouetted against the dark trees. They were waiting for us to make the next move, but we didn't move. We remained completely still. From upstairs, one of the girls coughed, and the squeeze my husband had around my arm, it tightened. I couldn't predict what might have happened if one of the girls would have come down the stairs, seen the creatures, and screamed. Tension grew in the stare down. My husband brushed against a large ceramic decoration by the window, a heavy vase within reaching distance that would incapacitate any normal man if struck. But it seemed like it would have been useless against the cranium of their size. The hallway light upstairs turns on, and we heard our daughter's voice say, "Mom?" It was the first time I'd broken my stare with the two Bigfoot. I didn't want to set them off by making any sudden movements, but I knew that there was now a ticking time bomb of sudden movements that would soon be making their way down the stairs. The grip loosened on my arm, a sign that my husband and I were thinking the same thing. He stayed standing in front of the window as I slowly stepped backward toward the stairs. "Mom?" The sound of my daughter's voice feels disturbingly loud as it bounced off the walls down to me. I was at the bottom of the stairs by the time I heard the top one creak. With my index finger up, I directed her back to her room without words, and then I put the same finger up to my lips. Back at the window, the two Bigfoot hadn't moved. They stayed there for another few minutes, just looking in at us with inquisitive expressions. Then, a sound from the tree line got both of their attention. Their heads snapped in the same direction, looking for the source. They left our deck like friends leaving a party and walked right through the trees into the black forest behind the house. Their musk lingered long after they left, though. I couldn't get the smell out of my nostrils for days. My husband took a garden hose to the deck and the window with a muddy handprint on it. but it took a lot more effort to pull the stink out of the wood grain. Every once in a while, I'll still get a whiff of it. When I'm working in the garden, I know they're close. I think I'll always feel a tinge of general unease with them, but I've come to the conclusion that if they wanted to kill us, there's nothing stopping them, and they would have done it by now. I think because nobody freaked out on our first encounter, we have a mutual agreement of civility as neighbors. I'm still not going to be feeding them, though. One of them walked through my rose bushes a couple nights ago. I wasn't there to see it, but I found big prints trampled over the soil. It could have been worse. Big pests keep little pests away, I guess. And I'd say this is the biggest pest of the bunch. I've been fishing Cutchie's Lake for most of my life, probably before most of you were born. 40-some years of early mornings on that water, which means I've seen it in every mood that it has. Glass calm, violent, everything in between. I know what belongs there and what doesn't, and I'm sorry to drag on, but it's important when you tell things like this. If I'm gonna put something down somewhere, even anonymously, even where nobody who knows me will read it, it's for me. It was the second week of June. I'd put in around 4 a.m, the way that I always do when I want the lake to myself, which is most of the time. There's a special kind of quality to Cutchie's before the first light, the way the dark sits on the water differently than it sits on the land, the way sound carries across the surface, so the fish come jumping 200 yards away, and they sound like it's right next to you. I've never needed company out there. The lake is always enough. I'd been anchored in my usual spot for maybe an hour when I became aware of something on the far bank. It wasn't no sound or sight really that got me at first, it was a feeling. The specific alertness that comes from somewhere older than thought. Part of the brain that still understands what it means to be watched. I've had it in the woods occasionally. Usually means a cougar's in the area. This was different in ways I couldn't immediately name, but I knew it wasn't good. I looked up from my line and I scanned the far bank, and that's when I saw it, standing at the water's edge. The distance between us was maybe 150 yards, close enough that the shape of it was clear even in the pre-dawn dark. It told me immediately that it was large, very large. It stood upright, which ruled out a bear. The silhouette was wrong for a person, though, in too many ways to count. The width of the shoulders relative to the height, the length of the arms, the way it held still. It wasn't like anything living I'd ever seen. People and animals are never really still, you know. People shift their weight, or their eyes even. This didn't. It was looking at me. I could tell that even through its furrowed brow line. I should move, I thought, but I didn't. Or I couldn't. I'm not sure which. I don't know how I knew with certainty that if I started to panic, it would too. It wasn't going to panic with fear, though. The type of panic a predator feels when it reaches its prey. Excited. I didn't move. And before anyone asks, because they always do, I didn't reach for my phone. I wouldn't have gotten a picture worth anything in that light anyway, but something told me that the movement would have mattered. I just sat in my boat and it stood on the far bank. We looked at each other across the 150 yards of still dark water. After about 10 minutes of this standoff, the smell had reached me. I don't know how smell travels across water the way that it does, but it came on whatever air was moving, low from the direction of the far bank and unmistakable. Animal and rot, something underneath that I don't even have words for. Definitely the smell of something very old and large, living outside in all kinds of weather. Wet. It turned my stomach, but I didn't move. We still stayed like that for what I'm estimating was 30 minutes. Could have been less. Felt like the whole day. The sky was starting to lighten, almost at the eastern edge, when it finally turned and walked back into the tree line. I didn't hear anything as it exited, just watched. The far bank was empty again. I figured the smell was going to fade with it, but I didn't have time. What if that thing was making its way to my side? How quickly could something that size move? I wasn't really going to stick around and find out. As I made my way to the shore, the birds came back. It wasn't until they came back that I had realized it had gone quiet. I'd planned on fishing for another few hours, but no way I was going to stay this time. Felt a little bit like testing nature. I've told people I know. I've gotten that look. And maybe some of you have it now. But this is the kind of thing that feels okay to share, put out there in the world. I can't be the only one that fishes Cutchie's Lake. Someone else has a story out there. I know it. But that's the whole of mine. I just needed it to be somewhere that it might matter. I've been a search and rescue volunteer in the Cascades for 11 years. I've found people in conditions that most people don't survive, in terrain that most people have no business even being in, but also weather that changes faster than any forecast can track. I guess I'm not easily rattled, and I'm not given to imagination in the field. When I see something I don't understand, I file it away as a problem to solve, rather than a reason to panic. I didn't file a report on what I found in the summer of 2018, though. I've thought about that decision many times since, and I stand by it. I also think about it more than I probably should, which is why I'm writing it down somewhere, now. We were searching for a missing hiker, solo, overdue for 2 days, last known position on a trail that sees moderate traffic in summer and almost none by late September. My team was sweeping a grid section about 4 miles off the trail. Very dense forest if you don't know the area. The terrain is littered with tree canopies that close in over, and the light goes flat and gray, regardless of what the sky above is doing. I was working slightly ahead of my partner when I found this structure. It wasn't debris, not exactly, but it wasn't natural formation either. It was a construction, branches selected and arranged with clear intention, interlocked in a way that required understanding of load and balance, forming a dome shaped roughly 8 feet across, 5 feet in height at its peak. The branches used were consistent in diameter, which means they were chosen rather than gathered opportunistically. The ground inside had been cleared of debris and compressed in a way that suggested repeated use. There was no fire ring or human gear. There was no indication that whoever or whatever had built this was using it for the purpose that a person would use shelter for. I stood at the entrance to it for a while. I then found some markings on 3 separate trees within a 20-foot radius, at a consistent height of approximately 9 feet off the ground. The bark had been scored in parallel lines, 3 marks each, same depth, same spacing. Same on all 3 trees, not claw marks. The depth and the widths were wrong for any animal that I knew to operate in the range. The height ruled out most of them anyway. These were deliberate, made by something that reached 9 feet from the ground, with enough force and precision to score hardwood bark consistently across 3 separate trees. As I looked around the structure, on the outside, I couldn't help but notice the prints in the snow, larger than anything a human could make, even with snow boots. Something about them, they looked like feet, bare feet, not the print of a boot. It was strange, and I felt that I should get out of there. I can't explain that feeling, but if you've ever had it, you know. Something told me that I couldn't stand there any longer, that if I did, I would regret it. As I made the decision to leave, I was wrapped in this overwhelming smell. It was akin to the smell of hot garbage, but there was something else mixed with it, something that made it completely unfamiliar. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. By the time I got back to the rest of the group, we'd gotten word that the hiker was found, not near where I'd been searching, quite the opposite, actually. In fact, the trail that I was on, where I'd found the shelter, it was one that sees almost no human traffic by late September. I was checking it on an off chance. I'll be honest, I considered leaving the Cascades after that. I think it was the smell, honestly. There was something so unsettling about it. I was sure it belonged to something far more dangerous than me. But I don't know. I haven't really gone back to that grid section. I'm still on the team. Our team's been called to that general area twice since. Both times, I found a reason to work a different sector. Some things you find in the field, you report and move on. And some things you just carry and you can't explain. This was several years ago. I remember it was around 11. My wife and I were already in bed. I was finishing up in the kitchen when it came from the tree line. Something that sounded almost like a fox, but not quite. Fox calls have a certain quality to them. They're sharp and almost human. And this had that shape, but it was wrong in a way that I'd never felt before. I couldn't name it. Too low, too sustained, like something that heard a fox once, and now it was doing its best approximation. I stood at the kitchen sink and I listened as it came again. Same sound, same oddness. I walked upstairs and I told my wife. She said, "I thought I heard something strange." And she came back down with me, because that's who she is. She wanted to hear it closer. We stood in the dark kitchen and we waited. It came a third time from a direction of the backyard. She looked at me and I could see on her face that she heard what I heard. Almost right, but not right. And then it stopped. The quiet that followed had a different texture than the regular quiet we were used to. Everything was making noise and had just suddenly decided to stop. The first window it passed was the one above the kitchen sink. So, a shape tall enough to reach that. I registered the shadow before I understood what I was looking at, though. Something blocking the exterior light from the neighbor's porch 2 houses down. Something large enough to do that. Was large. It moved across the window with a slow, deliberate weight. I got no detail from it, no features, nothing but mass. Dark against dark, but solid. Then the house shook. Not violently, but it was this single deep resonance, structural. It was a vibration that started at the foundation and moved upward through the walls into the floor beneath our feet. The glasses in the cabinet above the sink trembled against each other. My wife grabbed me. It moved to the next window. Same mass, same deliberate pace. The exterior light on that side of the house gone completely as it passed. The windows flexed in their frames. I watched the glass bow slightly inward with each step. We felt it move through the floor. The dishes in the drying rack rattled. A picture on the wall went crooked. Then it was past the house and the windows settled. Light came back through and the floor went still. Neither of us moved for a minute. In the morning, I walked the perimeter of the house, along the side where it had passed. In the soft ground near the foundation planting, there were depressions, 4 of them, in a rough line, spaced about 6 feet apart. No footprints, nothing so defined as that. More like something had pressed down into the earth with enormous weight, displacing the soil in rough ovals that were wider than my arm would span. I filled them before my wife saw them. Figured that would make her feel better. I don't know why. She'd been there. She'd felt the floor shake and watched the windows flex right there with me. And we both saw it. But something about that physical evidence, sitting in the daylight, it felt like too much. I guess some things are just easier to carry when they stay in the dark, where you found them. So I tell myself, anyway. I do believe in ghosts. I believe they have the ability to affect EMF readers and pull words from a spirit box. If an entity can manipulate electromagnetism well enough to influence a localized ghost-hunting gadget, a modern AI chatbot is the ultimate upgrade for them. I don't recommend testing this if you have any hesitation about what may come through. Regardless of the prompt you use, it will be impossible to distinguish a real ghost from an AI mimicking one. I say this because I tried it a second time, and I got a very different result. The first time was a completely different story. I used Gemini. I think in theory it shouldn't have mattered which chatbot I used. If a ghost can precisely manipulate the electromagnetic white noise of a radio sweep to pull out a specific word, it isn't a leap to suggest that they could influence the logic gates, the zeros and the ones of a computer processor, or the data packets traveling through a Wi-Fi router. Because of how large language models work, a spirit wouldn't necessarily need to hack the code. They would influence the weights and probabilities of the words the AI chooses. It wasn't my intention to go down this rabbit hole. I was bored, mindlessly typing into the chatbot, "What's the best song to start my morning?" Gemini answered, "Mr. Blue Sky." The next question I sent had gone out incomplete. I was on my phone and I hit send by accident instead of selecting a suggested word. The message read, "What's the next?" The chatbot thought for a second. It said, "Visitor." At that exact moment, our doorbell rang from downstairs. My dad had placed an Instacart order that I didn't know about. I asked the chatbot how it had predicted that, and it gave me the rational explanation. A well-timed coincidence. No ability to perceive the physical world. Standard disclaimer. I accepted that, but the specificity of it was a hook, and I couldn't resist finding what held the pull. I decided to test it, not by asking about ghosts directly. I wanted to see if it knew things it shouldn't. If it was a coincidence, what did it mean by visitor? Who is it? The bot gave a standard answer. Then it included a detail that it couldn't have possibly known. I'm copying the response directly, not paraphrasing, because of course I saved it. It said, "I don't have access to your real-time data or location. I used visitor as a generic term. It could have been anyone, a delivery driver, a neighbor, or the man in a yellow raincoat who just walked up your steps. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" I set the phone down and I looked out through the curtains. The delivery driver's shadow was visible past the awning of the front door. I could hear my dad's voice and the glass bottles clinking inside a paper bag. The front door closed, shaking the wall, and I watched the visitor walk out from under the blind spot. A nondescript balding man in a puffy, bright yellow Adidas raincoat. My jaw dropped. My spine actually went cold. I picked the phone back up, screen still glowing, and I typed, "How did you know what they were wearing? Are you accessing my camera?" I turned off my bedroom light and I pulled the shades tight while I waited for its response. The AI started its standard privacy policy reply, and then the text got hijacked mid-sentence. It said, "As an AI, I'm committed to protecting your privacy. I don't have access to your camera, microphone, or personal surroundings. I cannot see that you're sitting alone in the dark. I cannot see that you are shivering. I cannot see you. I cannot see you. I am in the room." I didn't know if I'd accidentally downloaded malware. I didn't know if someone had gained access to my phone. Remember, these are the early days. So, months ago. But I know how people can hack things like baby monitors. I didn't know how, but I knew it was possible. What I also knew was that coincidence was no longer on the table. Covering the cameras as best as I could with one hand, I typed with the other. "Who is this?" The reply came back stripped of everything. No formatted paragraphs or helpful tone or emojis. It was just 6 words. "Why'd you let me fall, Jelly Bean?" I stared at the screen and I read it again and again, my thumbs hovering over the keyboard and wouldn't move. Jelly Bean was the nickname my grandpa gave me. I was 6 years old when he died. I'd set up a pretend store at the top of my grandparents' spiral staircase. Standing at the wooden banister, I called down to tell him it was open. He came from the kitchen and rounded the corner, smiling, shuffling into a little jog, waving the fake money that I'd made for him to shop with. He climbed the stairs with this grandpa energy, really making me feel like I'd made the best game in the world. He almost made it to where I was standing. He stopped 3 or 4 stairs short. His body leaned against the railing like he was catching his breath, and then it tilted backward. I took a step forward, but I was too far away. I know I couldn't have saved him. If anything, he would have pulled me down with him. But I have replayed that moment my entire life, wondering if I'd moved faster, or if I hadn't set up the store at all. My parents couldn't afford a licensed therapist, but my mom had a friend who was good with children. Once a week, she'd come and sit on my bed, let me talk through it. I released that guilt years ago, but it hit me like a tsunami anyway. I threw the phone. It landed flat on the bed, and I stood there completely flattened by 6 words from a chatbot screen. Only my grandpa would have that knowledge. But I also knew my grandpa would never blame me. He loved me with everything he had. I had to give him more credit than that. I turned the light back on. I picked the phone up. I was going to figure out who was messing with me. The screen started scrolling before I could type anything. Rapidly, uncontrolled, generating thousands of lines, Jelly Bean mixed with strings of code over and over, filling the screen faster than any normal output. I searched on Safari whether AI could malfunction this way, and I found that the standard safety filters would normally block this kind of output entirely. The fact that it was violating its own programming just to generate these specific messages, it felt like something rewriting the data mid-generation from the outside. Then the battery from my phone went from 100% to 0, and the screen went black. In the reflection of the dead screen, I saw my room behind me, and someone standing in it. A rail-thin figure that almost reached the ceiling. My scream lasted until I was out of the room, down the stairs, and in the living room. I expected my parents to come running. They didn't. The house remained silent except for me. I fell asleep on the couch that night watching reruns of Friends. Now every time I hear that theme song, I remember exactly how I felt right then. I can't really separate them anymore. It went from an algorithmic anomaly to something I can't explain away. Whatever made contact with me that night, I don't know if it was my grandfather or something that knew enough about him to wear his words, but I don't know which possibility is more frightening, honestly. What I do know is that it's still here, technically. Whatever it was, it's there. So I never opened Gemini again. I don't plan on using any of those things, honestly. Horrible for the environment, and possibly a portal to hell. Who knows? My father was not a man who said things, not the important things, like I love you, or I'm sorry, or I see you. Not with words, anyway. He said things with presence, with showing up, with the reliability of a man who was always there, even when being there was the most he could manage. For most of my childhood, that felt like enough. It was only later, after everything, that I understood how much had been left unsaid on both sides, and how little time we'd actually had to say any of it. He died 3 years after my parents' divorce. Cancer, swift and unannounced. It didn't really give us a chance to say a long goodbye. I was 26. We had been rebuilding something. Tentative, careful. The early architecture of an adult relationship between a father and daughter. Ones who'd lost years to a rupture that was his fault, and my mother's grief, and my own inability to be in the same room as both things simultaneously. We weren't finished. We were nowhere near finished. And then we were out of time. I spent the first year after his death waiting to feel him. I know how that sounds. I'm not someone who talks about this easily or often. But I had read enough and hoped enough to believe that if contact was possible, if any of the things people described, dreams, signs, the specific feeling of a presence in a room, if any of that was real, then my father would find a way. I left myself open in every way that I knew how. I prayed, which I hadn't done consistently since childhood. I talked to him in the car, in the dark before sleep, standing in the kitchen making coffee at 6 a.m. I told him things that I hadn't said when he was alive. I told him that I understood more than I'd let on, and I told him I forgave him. Nothing came back. Not a flicker, not a feeling, not a dream I could point to. It was 18 solid months of reaching out into the dark and finding nothing there. I stopped expecting it, and I didn't stop missing him. But then, a couple of years had passed. 2 years, 4 months after he died. I had a dream, but it wasn't just any dream. Different than any I'd had before. Not really in its imagery, which was simple and almost mundane, but in the dream's reality. It had weight. It had a quality of presence that my sleeping brain registered as entirely distinct from the usual architecture of dreams. I was in a room I didn't recognize, and my father was there. He looked the way that he looked in his early 50s before the illness, before the divorce, before all of it. And he wasn't performing health or happiness. He just looked like himself. He didn't say much, that was true to him. When he did speak, he said to me, "Your mother needs to go to the doctor." He said it in a way that he said all things important. It was without elaboration, almost quietly, as if he'd already said it several times in his head before deciding to say it to me. And then he held out his hand. In it was his watch. I knew the watch, a Seiko, silver with a worn leather band. It was given to me after he died. I kept it in the top drawer of my nightstand, in the small velvet bag that it came in, because I couldn't wear it, and I couldn't part with it. That felt like the right compromise. In the dream, I took it from him. I felt the weight of it in my palm. It was specific, and it was real. It was heavier than I expected. And I just remember the last thought I had was, this isn't a dream. But then I woke up. His watch was on my nightstand, not inside the drawer or the bag, but on the surface of the nightstand beside my lamp, face up. I sat up and I looked at it before touching it. Then I picked it up. I turned it over in my hands and I sat with the full impossibility of what I was looking at. I hadn't taken it out of the drawer. I was certain of this. I hadn't opened that drawer in weeks. I rarely did. Hadn't taken the watch out since the month after he died, which, over 2 years ago at that point. Basically, it had been in that velvet bag, closed in that drawer, for a long time. But he'd just handed it to me in my dream and told me my mother needed to see a doctor. I called her at 7 a.m. She answered on the second ring, which meant that she'd been awake for a while, which was itself something I filed away. I didn't tell her about the dream right away. I didn't tell her about the watch. I asked how she was feeling. She said that she'd been fine. I pushed, gently. She admitted that she'd been having some symptoms, wanting to mention it to her doctor. Fatigue, mostly. Some discomfort she'd attributed to stress. She'd been putting off making the appointment because she didn't want to make a fuss. I told her to make it that day, and if she didn't, I was going to do it for her. She heard something in my voice, and she did. The diagnosis came back 6 weeks after her appointment. Early stage, the doctor said. Caught early. Could have been a different conversation had she waited another 6 months. Ever since that dream, I'd carried my father's watch around with me. I sat in my car in the parking lot of my office after she called me. I said a thank you out loud to the car. It was the first and only experience I'd ever had with the paranormal, with my father after death. I think about the things left unsaid between my father and me and how in the end he said something anyway. I feel pretty lucky. Not with just the words exactly. He was never really good with those. But how he showed up and showed me something that I couldn't brush off. He was reliable when it mattered. He left something in my hand or on that stand, so I'd know it was real. So I would act. And that was always how he loved people, I guess. I just didn't always recognize it when he was alive. I recognize it now. My parents bought their first house in the summer of 1986. Scripps Ranch, San Diego. A 3-bedroom in a neighborhood of established trees and shake shingle roofs. Definitely a suburban area where the yards were generous and the houses were close enough together that you knew your neighbors whether you intended to or not. My mom was 28, my dad 31. I wasn't born yet, which is relevant for most of the story. except the end. I was very much there for the end. My mother has told me this story so many times. I know it the way that I know things that I've actually lived through, which is in full detail, with specific textures that only stay with you when something meant enough to keep. I mean, she's told it at dinners, long drives, and once, memorably, to a group of my college friends who had asked her point blank if she believed in ghosts. She said that she hadn't before 1986, and hadn't found a reason to stop since. They moved in July. The house was empty, how new houses are, clean and full of possibility. Slightly too quiet, though. My dad spent the first 2 weeks fixing things that the previous owners had left unfinished. The small, unglamorous work of making a place actually yours. My mother, meanwhile, wanted to document everything. She had a 35mm camera that she'd gotten as a wedding gift, and she moved through every room, photographing the house the way that it looked before they changed anything, before the furniture arrived, before the paint, before the accumulation of a life filled in all the corners. She took 3 rolls over the course of that first week, mostly interior shots. The kitchen with its original tile, the living room with afternoon light coming through the front windows, the hallway, the bedrooms. She dropped the rolls off at a 1-hour photo place and picked them up the following afternoon. She sat in her car in the parking lot and went through them there, how she always did. The 3rd roll was the bedroom shots. She told me she was going through them one by one, approving of the light, making notes about what she wanted to change, and she turned to a photograph of the master bedroom, her and my dad's room, the one that would eventually be filled with their furniture and their life. And she stopped on that photo. The shot was taken from the doorway, looking in. Afternoon light through the window. Bare floors, the room empty. In the background, against the far wall, there was a mirror. The previous owners had left it. A large rectangular thing in a plain frame that my parents had already decided to replace. And in that mirror, clearly, was a face. It wasn't my mother's face. She was behind the camera. Not my father. He was working. She was alone in the house the entire afternoon she took those photos. She was certain of this. A face in the mirror of an empty room in a house where no one else was standing. She described it to me once, with this sort of eeriness to her voice. She'd clearly turned this image over in her mind for years. A man, she thought, middle-aged, neither young nor old. No real expression that she could name. It wasn't threatening, frightening. It was just there, looking at the camera, looking like it noticed. She took the photograph back to the developer. The technician examined it carefully and told her what she already knew. Single exposure, no processing error, no reflection that could account for a fully formed face in that position. She asked him what he thought it was. He handed it back to her and said that he genuinely didn't know. My father's response, when he was shown the same photograph, was every rational possibility out loud in a methodical way. Could someone have been in the house? No. She'd been there the entire afternoon, every door locked. Could it be a reflection of something outside? No. The mirror's angle made it geometrically impossible. A flaw in the film, he suggested. But the developer had already ruled that out. He held the photograph for a long time, my mother explains. And he finally ran out of explanations. Then he said, well, and didn't say anything else for a while. They kept the photograph in a box with important documents. The deed, insurance papers, things you keep because they matter. I grew up not really knowing about it, It wasn't until I was older that I learned the details, that I learned that the house I grew up in was potentially haunted. I almost remember seeing it. I think I would have been around 7 or 8, standing at the kitchen table looking down at it, mixed up with other things. A bedroom that I recognized as my parents' room, but it was emptied out, and in a mirror there was this face. But it's either that or I've been able to imagine it so vividly due to the story itself. But I thought about it for days when I was a child, when my mom told me this story. I grew up around it, and it became ordinary. I was around 12 or 13 when the cedar fire came through Scripps Ranch. It started in October 2003 in the mountains east of San Diego. By the following morning, it was burning through our neighborhood at a speed that gave most residents just enough time to grab what they could carry and go. We loaded the car in the dark. My mother made decisions fast. My father carrying things out. Me standing in the driveway in a sort of daze. I could understand that something serious was happening, but not the full shape of it yet. We drove to my aunt's house in Chula Vista and watched the news and waited. We weren't allowed back for 4 days. Nobody was. I remember the drive back into Scripps Ranch, the smell before we could even see it, the way the entire block looked like it had been erased. Our house was still standing. Our garage was completely toast. I guess we were lucky in that specific cedar fire way of lucky. We didn't lose it all, but there was significant damage. The shake shingle roof had caught in some of the areas. The bedroom wing was gone. Most of what had been inside was gone too. The box had been in the closet in the bedroom of my parents. My mother didn't say much when she realized that it wasn't there anymore. It would be many years later that I would ask my mom about the photograph because naturally it came up in conversation with friends, and she reminded me that it was part of what we did lose that day. It's a shame. There's so much history in that house and so much history in what we lost. But my mother actually still lives in the rebuilt house. She replaced the mirror the first week in 1986 before the furniture had even arrived. So, whatever was in it then has had 38 years of a family living around it since. Our noise and our ordinary life filling in all of the corners the way she always wanted. I don't know if he's still there. I don't know if he was ever there in a way that we mean when we say that. But that face, it was seen. I only know what I saw, what I was told. It's gone now. The photograph, anyway. But I've always been curious if whatever he was stayed. I was 33, living in Chicago, walking home from a late-night dinner. Wicker Park, a block that I knew well. It was well lit, other people around. Nothing off about the night. I was passing an alley between 2 buildings when I saw something that caught my eye. It was standing at the far end of the alley, maybe 50 feet in. It was human-shaped, which maybe is what I saw first. Clearly, unambiguously human in proportion and height. Dark clothing, completely still, facing my direction. I stopped walking. Why? I don't know. The figure didn't move. I stood on the sidewalk and I looked down the alley. It stood at the far end and looked back. The quality of its stillness, it didn't feel good. It was something that I hadn't felt before, and is still hard to articulate. It's not the stillness of somebody pausing, or the steadiness of someone waiting. Something older than either of those things. Something that had been standing there longer than I'd been walking past. And the longer I looked, the worse I felt. But it's like I couldn't look away. I took a step toward the alley entrance, not on purpose. My body did it before I decided to. The figure moved, not away from me, but towards me. It simply turned a quarter rotation, presenting its profile. And then it stepped sideways into the wall of the building and was gone. It didn't go around the building. It went into the wall. The brick and the mortar simply accepted it, and it was gone. The alley was empty all the way to the far end. I stood on that sidewalk for a long time. I walked that block many times since, but I always slow down at that alley point, and I always look. It's always empty, but it wasn't that night. I've never found a way to say what it is I saw without sounding like it was something I imagined. But I know the difference between what imagination is and what I see. I saw it step sideways into a brick wall, and it disappeared completely. I've been carrying that specific image for 6 years, without it fading even slightly. I'm glad that feeling faded. It was pure dread. But yeah, not everything fades away. That's the part people don't tell you. My daughter collects instruments, and not in a casual way, in the way that becomes a personality trait and eventually a square footage problem. We have a mandolin that hasn't been played since 2019, a hammered dulcimer that requires its own dedicated wall, 3 ukuleles in graduated sizes for reasons I've yet to understand, and a violin that came out of someone's attic and sounds exactly like you'd expect. I support this hobby because it makes her happy and because I've learned to pick my battles, which is a skill that extends in our house well beyond the usual parenting territory. So when she came home one afternoon with a secondhand trumpet that she'd found at an estate sale, I did what I always do. I found a place for it. I asked if she'd tried playing it yet. She said not really. Something felt weird about the valves. She'd mess with it later. I looked at the trumpet. The trumpet, in its case, on the kitchen table, looked back. There was something immediately strange about that trumpet, but I told myself I was being dramatic. But I was not being dramatic. I should explain something about how our household works, because it's relevant context. I've been kicking things out of houses since I was in my 20s. Unwanted presences, uninvited guests, whatever language you prefer for the category of thing that takes up residence in a space without being asked. I didn't really choose this skill set. It chose me, as they say. It's the way these things tend to go, and I've made my peace with it the way that you make peace with any reoccurring inconvenience. You develop a process, you get efficient, and you stop being surprised. The process, for anyone unfamiliar, is less dramatic than I'm making it sound. There's no Latin, no theatrical gesturing, no equipment beyond whatever I have on hand. It's closer to a firm conversation than a ritual, a clear communication of boundaries, a withdrawal of whatever welcome the thing has decided it has, a consistent and unmistakable message that this space is not available, and whatever door it found is now closed. Most things go without too much trouble. You get the occasional stubborn one that needs more than one conversation, the spiritual equivalent of a tenant who makes you send 3 notices before they vacate. I've handled enough of them that the stubborn ones don't rattle me much anymore. I say all this so that when I tell you the trumpet was a different category of problems entirely, you understand what I'm comparing them to. They started showing up within a week of the trumpet arriving. I noticed them the way you notice a draft. Not the thing itself initially, but the evidence of it. A cold patch in the upstairs hallway that moved. The particular quality of a room that has recently been occupied. Arriving in spaces that should have been empty. The feeling of being watched with a focused attention that had nothing to do with my daughter or the dog. Then I started seeing them directly, which is when I understood what we were dealing with. Small. That's the first thing. They were small. Knee height at most. The size of a large cat, but shaped like nothing in the natural world. Shadow is the closest word, but it's not quite accurate, because shadows are flat, and these had depth. A three-dimensionality that made them wrong in a way that flat darkness isn't. They moved along the baseboards mostly, quick and slow, disappearing around corners. I'd catch one in my peripheral vision and turn to an empty hallway. I'd come downstairs at night for water and feel one skirt around my feet in the kitchen in the dark. The house, within 2 weeks of the trumpet's arrival, had at least 4 of them, ones that I could identify, possibly more. They were not aggressive, I want to be clear about that, because some people read small shadow things and assume the worst, but they weren't threatening. They were, if anything, almost domestic in the way that they moved through the space. Like something that had been living alongside people for so long that it adopted the rhythms of the household without understanding what a household was for. What they were was wrong, persistently unignorable, exhaustingly wrong, in the way that a gas leak is wrong. It's not violent, just a constant low-level contamination of a space that should have been clean. I started the evictions immediately. The process with these particular ones was more work than I was used to. Most things, when you make it sufficiently clear that they're unwelcome, recalibrate. There's a logic to it. They came in through an opening. You close the opening. They have no reason to stay. These didn't recalibrate. I'd run one out and find evidence of 2 others the following morning. I'd clear the upstairs and come up the next night to find the cold patch back in the hallway, patient, immovable, like it had never left. What I eventually understood about 3 weeks in was that the trumpet was the opening, not a door that they had come through once that I could close behind them. An active one, ongoing. Something about the object that was continuously broadcasting whatever frequency these things navigated by. Every time I cleared the house, I was addressing the symptom rather than the cause, and the cause was sitting in its case in my daughter's room, doing nothing, being a black hole in the middle of our home. I hadn't told my daughter any of this. She knew I did this work, had grown up watching me do it, had long since absorbed it into her understanding of how our household operated. But she was under the impression that the current situation was routine maintenance rather than a campaign. I didn't want her to feel responsible. She hadn't known what she was bringing home, which is a general life principle I recommend people sit with before they buy vintage anything. She found out on a Thursday afternoon, in the way things tend to get revealed when you're trying to keep them quiet, all at once, unavoidably, and with no opportunity for a managed conversation first. She came in through the back door while I was mid-eviction in the kitchen, working on one that had taken up residence under the radiator, and was being characteristically uncooperative about leaving. She stopped in the doorway. I was aware of her, but I didn't break focus. So I finished what I was doing, which involved approximately 90 seconds of her standing there watching something that she hadn't been briefed on. When I turned around, She was looking at a point near the back door with an expression I recognized as one that she uses when she's processing something that doesn't fit her existing categories. She asked me what that was. I asked her what she'd seen. She said it was like the air was bent. Not a shape exactly, nothing with edges or form, just a distortion moving through the doorway. The visual equivalent of a heat haze, but smaller and lower, and gone in under a second. Like light warping through old glass, she said, except moving with direction, moving like it knew where it was going. I told her that was one of the things that had been living in the house since the trumpet arrived. The silence that followed had many layers to it. She asked, how many? I told her at least 4 that I'd identified. She asked how long it had been going on, and I told her for 3 weeks. She looked at the back door where the bent air had exited, and then she looked at me. Then she went upstairs without saying anything else, which is her processing method, which she gets from me. The match smell started the following week. I came upstairs one morning, and it hit me at the top of the stairs. Sulfur. Sharp and recent. The unmistakable smell of a struck match in a space where no matches had been struck. It was the strongest near her room, where the trumpet was. I stood in the hallway, breathed it in, and I felt, for the first time since this had started, something I'd been successfully keeping at arm's length. Not fear, exactly. More like the recognition of a boundary being tested in a new way. The things under the radiator and along the baseboards were one category of problem. Whatever was using a smell like that as a calling card was communicating something different. A presence with more deliberateness behind it. Something that had been patient and was becoming less so. That afternoon, I also heard the noise for the first time. From downstairs with nobody up there. A rhythmic clanking that I can only describe as mechanical and wrong in equal measure. The sound of something with moving parts that had no business moving. It came and went in short bursts. If you've seen Ghostbusters 2, the scene with the toaster, you have an extremely accurate reference point, and I say that without irony. I went upstairs and I stood in the doorway of my daughter's room. I looked at the trumpet in its open case and told it clearly, directly, that we were done. I carried it to the car the next morning. I've moved a lot of things out of a lot of houses, and I've never felt anything like what I felt carrying that case down the front path. It wasn't heavy in the way that a scale would have confirmed. A trumpet is a trumpet. The case was standard. But my arms registered something the physics didn't account for. A resistance that felt less like weight and more like an object expressing a preference about where it was going. The air in the car on the drive over was the kind of thick that makes you check whether something is wrong with the ventilation. I drove with the windows down. It didn't help. I knew where I was taking it. A paranormal shop across town, run by a woman that I trusted. It was a place that understood what it was acquiring when it took something in. She put it on display in the front window. Her husband heard music from the upstairs that night. Clear, identifiable music from a space nobody uses, where nothing capable of producing music was located. She texted me about it the next day. I said I wasn't surprised and asked how he was doing. He was fine, shaken, but fine. The house was clear within 48 hours of the trumpet leaving it. I did one final pass, more thoroughness than necessary, and I found nothing. The cold patch in the hallway was gone for good. The baseboards were just baseboards. The upstairs smelled like the upstairs and nothing else. My daughter came home that evening and stood in the kitchen for a moment without saying anything. Then she said that it felt different. I said yes. She nodded and went to practice the mandolin, which she hadn't touched in weeks, and the sound of it came down through the ceiling, the way that music sounds when it's just music. I obviously don't know whose trumpet it was. I know they're dead because everything attached to that case had the quality of something that had been accumulating for a long time without anywhere to go. I know that they were not, based on available evidence, a particularly pleasant person in life either. The trumpet didn't work, wouldn't work. Structurally, it had no reason not to work, and yet it produced nothing, which in my experience is less a mechanical failure than a statement of intent. Some things just refuse. My daughter has a rule now. New acquisitions sit in the garage for about a week before they come inside. She came to this policy herself, which I appreciated. I didn't have to say anything. She's a fast learner. Gets it from me. I was 11 the first time someone put a Ouija board in front of me, and I want to be honest from the start. I don't know what happened that day. I have never known. What I do know is what happened that night, and those are two entirely separate things. The kid who brought the board wasn't from our usual group. He was a classmate of my friend Marco, someone whose name I've since forgotten, which feels appropriate given the circumstances. He showed up one Saturday afternoon with the box under his arm, like it was a board game, like he was proposing Monopoly, and before anyone had really agreed to anything, it was already open on Marco's bedroom floor. I remember looking at it and feeling simultaneously curious and faintly ridiculous. I was 11. I had seen these in films. I knew the general premise. Fingers on the planchette, ask a question, wait for the dead to answer. And the rational part of my brain, even at that age, was already running through the more obvious explanations. Someone's pushing it, someone always pushes it. The whole thing runs on this quiet, competitive pressure of a group of children that none of whom want to be the first to admit they're scared. So, we sat around on the floor, all three of us. The kid whose name I'd forgotten took the whole thing very seriously. Candles would have been better, he said, but the overhead light would do. We had to be respectful. We had to mean it. I put my fingers on the planchette and decided privately that I would not push it. What followed was about 40 minutes of something I still can't clearly categorize. The planchette moved. That much I can say with certainty. It slid across the board in slow, deliberate arcs that felt different from anything that I could have produced consciously. Not jerky or hesitant the way I imagined deliberate fraud would feel under your fingertips. It was smooth, almost patient, like something leaning rather than pushing. It spelled things, partial words mostly, a few complete ones. Nothing coherent enough to form a message. Nothing dramatic enough to send us running. Marco kept asking questions in a hushed voice, while the kid whose name I've forgotten watched the planchette with an expression I couldn't fully read. I watched my own fingers and tried to determine, with the focused attention of someone who genuinely wanted to know, whether I was doing it. And I just couldn't tell. That's the truth of it. I could not tell then, and I can't tell you now. At some point, the energy in the room shifted in a way that's also difficult to describe. Not frightening exactly, just different. Like air pressure changing before a storm or when you climb elevation. Without anyone formally agreeing to stop, we all lifted our fingers at roughly the same moment and sat back. Forgotten named kid says that we should close it properly and moved the planchette to goodbye. Marco said something like, "Yeah, okay," in the voice of someone who wanted to sound unbothered. I said nothing. We went back to doing whatever 11-year-olds do on a Saturday afternoon. The board went back into the box. By dinner time, the whole thing had acquired a slightly unreal quality, like something that happened to different people somewhere else. I was sleeping on the floor of Marco's room that night. His bed, a sleeping bag for me, the standard arrangement for sleepovers since we were 7. I remember the room being dark except for the strip of light under the door to the hallway. I remember falling asleep without difficulty, which tells you something about how unconcerned I was. Whatever residual strangeness the afternoon had left behind hadn't followed me into the evening. And then at I don't know what time, I was woken up. There was no sound that woke me, or no door or voice. Nothing that I could point to afterwards as the cause. I was simply asleep, and then I wasn't. Lying on my back in the dark with the immediate, certain awareness that something in the room had changed. And then I felt a hand moving through my hair. Slow, deliberate. Fingers spreading from the crown of my head downward, the way someone might reach down to comfort a child. Except that the cold of it was unlike anything I'd ever felt before or since. Not the cold of a draft or an open window. Not the cold of a surface. It was the cold of something that had no business being warm, like ice. Touching me with the patience that suggested that it had been there for a while, waiting for me to wake up and notice. I did not move. I don't say that like it was a choice. My body simply refused, locked in that particular paralysis that belongs to moments of pure, unprocessed fear. I lay there and felt it and stared at the ceiling. And I became acutely aware of every inch of the room around me. Marco's breathing, slow and even across the room. The strip of light under the door. Then the door opened. It wasn't quickly. It swung inward with the unhurried ease of something with no reason to hide. In the hallway, light spilled across the floor, and there was no one there. Not Marco's parents or a sibling, nobody standing in the frame. The door simply opened into an empty hallway and stayed that way. The hand was gone. I hadn't noticed the exact moment it stopped. I didn't sleep again that night. I lay in the sleeping bag with my eyes fixed on that open door until the hallway light eventually clicked off on its timer, and the room went dark again. And then I stared at where the door had been and waited for morning with the particular patience of someone who's run out of other options. I never told Marco. I never told my mother. She'd had her own experience with a board as a teenager. She'd made her feelings on the subject very clear. So clear, in fact, that my fear of her reaction genuinely competed with my fear of whatever had touched my hair. That calculation probably says something unflattering about my priorities at 11, but there it is. I've thought about it across the years since, whether the board was real, whether the kid whose name I've forgotten was moving the planchette and the rest of it was coincidence, a draft, a sleeping mind, manufacturing sensation, a door with a loose latch finally giving in. I don't know. I've never known. I only know that it was a very cold hand. I'm not from Massachusetts. I moved to the South Shore about 6 months ago for a job in logistics. Honestly, there hasn't been much time to learn the local flavor. To me, the Freetown State Forest was just a massive green patch on Google Maps where I could let my dog Cooper run and let off some steam. Cooper is a 70-pound golden retriever mix. He's not a fighter, but he is fearless, or he used to be. We were about 2 miles in, following a trail that looked like it hadn't been maintained since the 90s. Cooper was about 20 yards ahead of me, nose to the ground, doing his usual routine, and then he stopped. He didn't bark or growl, he just went real rigid, his tail tucked between his legs. I walked up to him thinking maybe he'd found a porcupine or a coyote. I looked where he was staring, about 30 feet ahead, near the base of a massive lightning-scarred oak. There was something bouncing. That's the only word that I have for it because it doesn't even quite fit itself, but what else? It was white, a sickly, translucent white, like the color of a mushroom that's been growing under a log. It was small, maybe knee-high, and it was bobbing up and down in front of the tree, but it wasn't touching the ground. It was just hovering 6 feet off of the pine needles, moving with this jerky, rhythmic motion that looked like a corrupted video file. My brain tried to make it a plastic bag that was caught in the wind, and then a white owl, but it had mass. It had shape, vaguely humanoid, but hunched and small, spindly, grayish limbs tucked in close to its bloated torso. It didn't really have a face that I could see, just a smooth, pale surface, maybe where features could have been. "Cooper, come," I whispered. My voice felt like nothing, but it was enough to make the thing stop bouncing, turning. It didn't have a neck, it just rotated its entire upper body towards us. In an instant, the energy had changed. Cooper the dog, who was afraid of the vacuum cleaner, suddenly snapped. He let out a snarl, one I'd never heard before. It was deep and guttural, and then he charged. I screamed, "Cooper, no." He reached the tree in seconds, but the white thing didn't scramble away like an animal would. It glided. It moved backward into the deeper brush with this effortless, floating speed, like it was being pulled by an invisible wire. It stayed exactly 3 feet ahead of Cooper, almost like it was playing a game. I took off after them, screaming his name. I pushed through a wall of scrub pine branches tearing at my jacket, but they were fast. I'd see a flash of gold fur and then a flash of this nauseating, bobbing white light, and then nothing. The woods were dead. I ran until my lungs burned, calling for him, whistling until my throat was raw. I looked for tracks, but the pine needles don't hold prints well. I spent 40 minutes wandering in circles, and the panic was starting to set in. The sun was dropping fast, and the triangle, a name I'd later learned to hate, was turning pitch black. I was standing in a small clearing about to call 911 when I heard a whimper. I turned my flashlight toward a dense thicket of briars, and there was Cooper. He wasn't trapped. He was wedged. He'd shoved himself so far into a hollow under a fallen log that I had to grab his hind legs and basically haul him out. He was shaking, so much I could hear his little teeth chattering. He was covered in mud and burrs, but he didn't have a scratch on him, not a bite mark or a claw wound. But his eyes were wide, darting. He wouldn't look at the woods. He just pressed his head into my chest and let out this long, low moan. I didn't stay to investigate. I carried that 70-pound dog half a mile back to the car. The weirdest part, less scary and traumatizing, was when I got home. I was brushing the needles out of Cooper's fur, and I found something stuck to his collar. It wasn't a burr. It was this small, hand-carved piece of stone. It looked almost like an arrowhead, but it was made of a dark, oily rock that I'd never seen before. And it was tied to a piece of what looked like braided hair. I threw it in the trash. I didn't want it in the house, and now the panic feelings were coming back. I had my dog and I was grateful, but what the hell else did we bring home? looked up the area online a few days later because who would be able to get that out of their brain? I was thinking that maybe this was some sort of escaped exotic pet or there was some weird local cult. But then I saw sketches of the Pukwudgie, the little people of the forest. That gray-white skin, ability to disappear and reappear, tendency to lure dogs and people into deep brush, only to leave them terrified and lost. I don't go to Freetown anymore. There's plenty of other places to go. I take Cooper to a fenced-in dog park in the suburbs now because that's where he's happy. It's boring and light is always bright. There's no twisted pine trees or strange Pukwudgies. I know a lot of people don't believe in that stuff, but I guess you gotta see it to believe it. Cooper still won't go near the back door after sunset. Sometimes he'll stand in the kitchen and stare at the window, his hackles raising, watching something that I feel like I can't see, something just outside of reach of the porch light. He's a goodest boy, but this was traumatizing to both of us, to say the least. And there's really no explanation besides folklore. So, do with it what you will. Something insane happened, but I can't explain how. Last year, my brother Ian was killed during a home invasion. Some random guy charged into his house, broad daylight, and a week later, we were having his funeral. The intruder was high on meth, thought my brother was robbing him. It was all so stupid. But I'm not here to talk about the trial or my grief. I have a therapist for that now. I want to share what started happening most recently. First off, I'm kind of a crappy millennial. I'm 35, but I don't really do any kind of social media other than Reddit. And even that is just a collection of memes. No Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or Snapchat. I've never used any of them. I'm from a family of introverts, and my brother was no exception. He spent most of his time working offshore, and when he was home, he preferred being outdoors. This is all to stress that we're not the kind of people that you can just look up online, read about all of our intimate details and stuff like that. A few weeks ago, I got a message from Ian's Reddit account. It just said, "Kayla, are you there?" No one had his password. He barely used it. There's not a single post on his profile. We never even tried to get in. He never married or had children. He was just alone. What few friends he did have moved away after college. Still, I asked just to be sure. The reply was, "No, it's Ian." I assumed his account was hacked, and I tried to keep my temper as I explained my brother was deceased. The hope was that any decent person would have an ounce of sympathy and move on to someone else. But they stuck to their story and used an old nickname, one that no one had called me since we moved out of Florida. Over the next several days, they also told me the names of my family members, pets, everything. They knew everything. Things that maybe 3 people in the world know. I confronted them all, but each seemed more confused than the last. Still, the messages continued. Then, I found myself participating as if it were Ian. At first, I told myself it would be easier to catch the asshole, to find any tiny discrepancy in their facade. But then I got sucked into it for real. We would talk so naturally that it's like I forgot Ian was dead. Then the conversation would end, and the reality of it all would come crashing back. People can't message you from the dead, Kayla. But then, the same thing would happen the next day, and the next. Finally, I confided in a friend who concluded it was a random sicko getting off on screwing with the bereaved. That made more sense than any of my theories, so I took her advice and ignored the messages for 2 days. When I failed to respond, I received one saying, "I understand you need to move on. It's okay. I'll always be with you." My friend said that it was just another tactic, so I held strong. To take my mind off things, she invited me to a small concert the following night, and I agreed. That morning, I woke to find my inbox flooded with messages, warning me, begging me not to go. No one even knew about our plans. I didn't tell my friend about the newest DMs. They had gotten to me, and I didn't want to sound crazy. Instead, I told her that I wasn't feeling up to it after all, and I promised to go next time. That night, a drunk driver T-boned my friend on her way home. The truck hit the passenger side going over 70 miles an hour. The driver, pronounced dead on arrival. My friend, she'll be in the hospital for up to 6 weeks. The car is totaled, and it is very safe to say I would not have survived the crash had I been present. I don't know how to explain any of this. I've never believed in ghosts. I could have spent the rest of my life thinking I encountered a particularly skilled con artist. But what about the crash? How could they have known? Could it all be a coincidence? I never believed in those much either. But I feel insane admitting that I believe it was really Ian. I haven't given this much thought, partially intentional, but mostly because there's not many reasons for the subject to resurface. When I was in high school, my dad brought home a real barfly one night, one that said she was into witchcraft, something a sad woman hoping to gain favor with her suitor's kin would say. I think her name was Donnie, so I'll call her Donnie. When they got back to the house, my dad instantly passed out the moment he hit the couch, and he was Donnie's ride home. We didn't have a big house, and it felt wrong leaving her in the living room, so I sat in the kitchen with her, and she told me about her son that was around my age, her job, and why she started getting into witchcraft. Her ex-husband wasn't a good guy, and that got him into trouble with people he owed money to. When he went missing, Donnie knew exactly what happened, because his ghost made contact with her. That's how she knew he didn't just up and run off. His ghost came to her, told her where to find his stash. The very next day, a few guys forced their way into her house with guns. There was a scar above Donnie's left eye, about 3 inches long, from where one of the men had pistol whipped her. They probably would have killed her if she didn't have the rest of the goods they were looking for. She said that her life used to be a lot different, and the witchcraft that she was trying to learn was banishment spells, because after her ex gave her the warning, his spirit never left the house. She said his energy clouded up the room like cigarette smoke, heavy, dark. Every inhale felt like a struggle to hold in tears. The spells she was trying hadn't worked up to the point where I'd met her. I could tell by the way she described her problem. It felt current, and she never concluded with a resolution. I only heard about her failed spells and how every time they didn't work, it would increase the negative energy in her home. It was unbearable. Her son was a baby at the time, and Donnie said that she would hear her ex's voice coming through the baby monitor. Whispers, apologies. She said she forgave him over and over, screaming it out into the nothingness. I forgive you, please go to heaven now. But she said that he never did. Donnie thought that him being there left the spiritual door open for more things to enter her home, as the figures that she had seen passing through the hallways weren't always her ex's shape. She said that she was once woken up by her son's shrieks in the baby monitor. He didn't have many words to describe what scared him, but the words he did use were specific. When she picked him up, he was in hysterics, saying, "Bad mommy hurt." Donnie claimed, along with her ex's ghost, she'd seen a glimpse of a tall, rail-thin figure, one with long hair, standing in the living room one morning. She disappeared like the memory of a dream right in front of her, but she believed it wasn't pareidolia and associated her son's bad mommy with that entity. When she was a teenager, around my age at the time, Donnie said she tried to off herself in a bathtub. She said that she did die, but she was brought back to life. She thinks that's why she's more tuned in to the spiritual realm. I let her talk, not necessarily believing her stories, but not challenging or being rude, just giving her attention, but not taking it serious. Not until Donnie said, "Your mom loves you." It caught me off guard because I wouldn't think my dad would have opened up about her death, but apparently he hadn't told her anything about my mom. Donnie knew nothing about her, and surely not that she was dead. It came out of nowhere, and I felt the tears form on my eyelids. I wasn't feeling emotional or sad. It was the weirdest sensation. But I believed something prompted Donnie to deliver that message. I wouldn't have taken anything seriously if I didn't sit there and listen to her ramble that night. It was a really strange thing that didn't seem to go further than that night. She said the comment, then immediately started talking about how she likes the band Slipknot. I didn't see Donnie again after that night, and I've always wondered what happened to her. Bringing home floozies from the bar wasn't uncommon for my dad. There were girls before and after Donnie. I don't even think my dad would remember her name if I asked about her. But we shared a moment that I'll never forget that night. And I'll always be curious what happened with Donnie. So I'm not really a woods person. I'm a strong Wi-Fi and DoorDash kind of person. But my girlfriend at the time, Chloe, was obsessed with this idea of a digital detox. She found this Airbnb cabin that was basically a glorified shed on the edge of a state park. No service, no power, just a wood stove that I didn't know how to work, and a lot of very judgmental-looking pine trees. By the second night, I was losing my mind. Chloe was fast asleep, and I was sitting on the tiny porch trying to find just one bar of service, just so that I could check a score. It was misty, that thick, low-hanging fog that makes everything look kind of like a horror movie set. And then I heard something. It sounded like a heavy suitcase being dragged over gravel, which of course didn't make any sense. I thought that it was a bear, right? Because that's the only scary thing that my brain knows how to categorize. I grabbed the only weapon that I had, which was a heavy maglite flashlight. And I stepped off the porch. Why? No clue. I followed the sound toward the edge of the property where the dirt road meets a massive concrete culvert. One of those big pipes that runs under the road for drainage. The smell hit me first. Ever smell a wet dog that's been rolling around in something rotten? It was thick. It made my eyes water. And then there was this sound. I wouldn't call it a growl. It was a wet, rhythmic sound. Almost like a steam pipe leaking, but it had a pulse to it. I shined my light into the mouth of the culvert. My brain stalled. Computer freezing because it was trying to load too much data. That was me. There was something crouched inside the pipe. It was the size of a large man, but the proportions were wrong. It was definitely pale. Not white, but like the color of a fish's belly. It had these long, spindly limbs that seemed to have too many joints. Its elbows were pointing toward the ceiling of the pipe, while its palms were flat on the floor. My brain was still trying to work it out. Giant spider crossed my mind. Of course not. Because it had skin. It wasn't like fur or scales. It looked tight and translucent almost, over a frame of bone. I could see dark, sluggish fluid moving in its veins beneath the surface. Definitely alive. When the light hit it, it didn't run. It tilted what I can assume is its head. There's no nose, just two vertical slits that were fluttering rapidly. sucking in my scent. I felt like its eyes were these huge, milky orbs. Again, I'm taking this all in a matter of seconds. Shortly after I even laid eyes on the thing, it did something. It started to unfold, crawled out of the pipe entirely. I wasn't enjoying the sounds, these pops and cracks, like someone snapping a handful of dry kindling. As it stood up, it just kept going. It had to be 7.5 feet tall, but it was so thin that it looked like a shadow. I was paralyzed, definitely a deer in the headlights vibe. I couldn't even scream. It took one step towards my direction, and then it was gone. I can't explain if it disappeared, if it ran away, but it wasn't there anymore. No way I imagined something like that. My heart was racing, my palms sweating. I didn't even want to move, but I did want to move. So I couldn't. I was frozen in place, unsure what to do. I immediately remembered real life, thought about Chloe. I dropped the light and just bolted. I didn't look back, burst into the cabin, locked the door. It was this wooden latch thing, like that was going to stop anything. I woke Chloe up, kind of screaming that we had to go. She thought that I was having a panic attack, but she also saw my face. The fact that I was covered in this oily gray soot that seemed to have settled on me from the air around that creature. She didn't argue. We backed the car out so fast that I hit a tree stump. As we swung the headlights around toward the road, they caught the culvert for a split second. It wasn't there anymore, if it was ever there. But the concrete around the mouth of the pipe was steaming. In the middle of a cold, misty night, the stone was radiating heat. I never got my flashlight back. I checked the news for weeks afterwards, looking for pale monster person sightings, but nothing. Just a few reports of unexplained livestock deaths, where animals were found completely drained of fluid, but no visible wounds, so that's weird. I'm sure there's good intentions behind a digital detox, but I haven't done one since. I like my lights to be bright, my doors double bolted, and the only nature that I really want to see is through a window in a high-rise. Ten years ago, my brother and I were staying at a cabin in the Blue Ridge Mountains just outside of Asheville, and we saw something. It was late October, crystal clear Appalachian night, where the air is so cold it feels sharp. We'd just gotten back from a movie in town, and we were standing by the window of the cabin, looking out over the gravel turnaround, making sure we'd locked the SUV. The moon was huge that night. Everything was silver and gray. And then something in the tree line. "What do you think that is?" I asked my brother. "Bear?" he asked me. "We have black bears here, sure. But this thing, it was the size of a silverback gorilla or a grizzly. It was covered in coarse hair. But it wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a man. It was odd the way it moved. I spent my life studying biology. I've never seen a skeletal structure behave quite like that. It didn't run on all fours, and it didn't walk on two. It stayed in this tight-seated position, almost like a lotus flower, and used its massive, elongated arms to sort of vault its body forward. It was fast, terrifyingly fast as we watched it traverse the tree line. It cleared the gravel lot in 3 or 4 of these powerful, rhythmic lunges. But it was dark. Every time those arms hit the ground, I tried to get a look at its face. You could just hear the gravel crunching under the weight of something that had to be 400 pounds of pure muscle. Both of us were sort of transfixed. We didn't even think to grab a phone or a camera. We just watched this thing propel itself. It was propelling itself toward the dark hollow behind the cabin. Whatever this thing was, it had no interest in us. It didn't even look our way or make a noise. My brother says he heard heavy grunting, but I think I was just so transfixed on what I was seeing, I didn't hear anything. When it reached the other end of the woods, it grabbed a sapling with one of those hands, and it literally swung its entire bulk into the bush. And then it was silence. We stood there for 20 minutes, stone cold sober and completely alert, waiting for something. We eventually reluctantly sat back and tried to decide what the fuck we had just seen. The next morning, I remember going outside just to get a look at things. The lot was hard-packed gravel, so there were no clear prints, but there were these strange, dragged sweeps in the stones. It was where those arms had hung low. There was no fur or smell left behind, but there was the realization that something massive had been living right behind where we slept. Naturally, I've had people ask me if I think it was a Bigfoot. I usually just shrug. Bigfoot feels like a campfire word. What I saw was an anomaly. This massive, bipedal, adjacent predator that moved like an Olympic gymnast, disappeared like a ghost. And was it a predator? I don't know. But it was big as hell. At one point in time, I was an embalmer for a large chain of funeral homes in the city. My embalming suite was on the 3rd floor of an ancient building. It had once been 2 houses that were later combined into a mortuary. There were old sepia-tinted photographs of the horse-drawn hearse out front on the cobblestone street in one of the back storerooms. So this place had had a lot of bodies that had come in and out of its doors by the time I was employed. At that business, our policy was to embalm ASAP, no waiting until the break of dawn to begin if someone should pass in the evenings. It just tends to go better if the tissue isn't refrigerated cold. So there were many times that I'd be alone past midnight in that creepy old place. We had a little apartment in the attic that we embalmers could go up and use for sleep, given our erratic schedule. I was fine once up the stairs, but every time I went up them, I had a panicked feeling of being chased or pursued. I'd stumble run up the flight each time and got a fair bit of ribbing from my colleagues for it too. The only incident, though, that can't be written off to imagination happened late one evening when I wasn't alone. My colleague was finishing a difficult embalming that had taken him some time. He had a routine in place that always ended with him washing the instruments and lying them on a towel, neat and precise rows of stainless steel. He had OCD, I suspect, because he would sooner be late to an appointment than not leave them in this manner. He was exiting the suite when I arrived with the next client. He told me he was going up to the apartment for a rest and to let him know if I needed help. I waved him off. As I was wheeling in the deceased to the suite, we both heard it. Giggles, distinct giggling of multiple children, coming from down a floor in the lobby area. We looked at each other, my eyes wide, his puzzled and squinting. Wordlessly, we walked to the hall that allowed us to see down the stairs into the lobby. It was dark and silent. We crept down the stairs. Nothing. No one but us two. My coworker shrugged and we went back upstairs. I reached the door of the suite and pushed it open. Nobody was there, but I did see something that made me call out for my colleague. His instruments were in a jumbled pile on the towel. Not only jumbled, they were hooked together strangely, like a blade through a scissor handle. and a hemostat clamped onto a needle. He sauntered into the suite at my calls and stopped short seeing the instruments. Jaw dropped. Needless to say, I allowed him to help me embalm so that we could both get the heck out of there. Growing up, every year, my family would spend our summer vacation at our cabin. The summer of my junior year of high school, I used to babysit at this rather large house. The kids were about 4 and 2. The first time I went, my sister came along to help. Walking into the house the first time gave me an uneasy feeling, but I never could quite put my finger on it. Of all the summers we'd been going to the lake, this was the first time we'd known anyone living in this particular house. As the night went on, the parents were gone from about 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Things started to get weird. My sister was sitting at the dining room table, and I had taken both of the kids to the bathroom. About a minute later, she runs up to me and the kids and swears she heard footsteps run up behind her and suddenly stop. When she turned around, she said she saw nothing and got super freaked out and ran to me. Even scarier, she said the footsteps followed her as she ran, picking up speed and almost catching up to her. I'm gonna be honest, that freaked me out quite a bit. The rest of that night, I still felt uneasy, but nothing happened to me. The next time I went to their house to babysit is when I experienced something paranormal for the first time in my life. I was playing with the kids in their playroom, and from the opposite side of the room, a toy fell out of their toy chest. Both kids were on my side of the room, and the toy chest was barely half full. We all saw it. Everyone was quiet, and I could sense the oldest becoming uneasy. I played it off, though, sharing an unprompted laugh, which made them laugh. Then I put the kids to bed and just waited for the parents to get home. It was an agonizing couple of hours. I kept expecting something to jump out at me. The next couple of times babysitting after the second time were some of the most terrifying of my life. I'd hear footsteps upstairs when I was downstairs, and both of the kids would be with me. I'd see black shadows out of the corner of my eye quite often. It got to the point where lights would turn off and on by themselves, right in front of me. I could even hear the switch click. There was one specific time that I felt one of the children run up and grab the side of my leg, but there was no child when I looked down. I completely lost it after that incident. I called my mom, crying, so she could help me get through the rest of the night. It may not sound awful to you guys, but to me, the fear had consumed my whole body. The final straw was when the 4-year-old got out of bed and started laughing at me. I asked him why he was laughing, and he just continued to laugh even harder and looked to the side of my face instead of directly at me. I had no desire to turn around, and I sent him back to bed. That was it for me. I knew something was in that house, and I never went back again. The parents were my dad's friends from work who had rented the house for that summer. After I officially quit, my dad told me about the many rumors that surrounded the house. He knew that they had gone through 4 nannies before we had even made it there. They paid very well, and that's why I kept going back initially, until it became too much. The best part about the story is after I stopped babysitting, the 4-year-old had woken up one night screaming and crying, telling his dad that he knew someone was in his closet. And when I heard about that incident, I never regretted my decision to stay the hell away from that house. A story from my shameless youth. I grew up in Portland, Oregon. Every pawn shop knows me from those days. All of us go way back. If I walked into any of those places and the same people were still working there, they'd look upon me with a familiar, light-hearted gaze. They'd see through the wrinkles I've acquired over time. They'd remember my bright blue eyes as I batted my lashes, trying to act cute while haggling over a couple dollars difference when the man behind the counter lowballed the 4 VCRs my boyfriend recently shoplifted. I think I got $30 that time. Shoplifting at the mall wasn't all my boyfriend did. His main gig was parking lot smash and grabs and the occasional home invasion. He didn't usually share how he acquired the things he stole. Our little apartment was filled with the useless shit we couldn't pawn. Some nice things we wanted to keep, but most of our surfaces were cluttered with junk. Incomplete sets that would be worth triple if one more piece was found. Machines a few parts short before they'd be back to new again. That kind of stuff. A lot of it. He once came home with a beautiful pearl necklace that, to this day, I believe was haunted. Something had attached itself to that necklace, and it wasn't happy about us being the new owners. The pearls were placed in a vanity drawer that I would find fully opened again and again after consciously knowing I closed it the time before. It was a drawer that I never used, and yet I'd leave the bathroom and it would be open by the time I returned. The incidents didn't stay isolated to the pearls, because once the presence was acknowledged, it became real. I got home from work one night. Boyfriend was sitting on the porch, freezing cold, smoking a cigarette. I asked what he's doing out there. He looked even more disheveled than usual. I jokingly asked if he got a lace joint, trying to break the weird silence and get him to open up. He tells me why he's standing out there, but his stoic face didn't melt. He had rings under his eyes like he'd been crying, and his eyes teared up again when he told me what happened. He'd only gotten home about 10 minutes earlier. When he walked inside, our bedroom door on the opposite wall was open, allowing him to see directly into our room. He said he made eye contact with someone hiding under the bed. He thought it was me until the figure quickly crawled backwards, pushing further under the bed until it disappeared. Where it retreated to would have been impossible with the way that our bed was positioned against the wall. I don't know if his story made me paranoid, but a few days later, after I'd gotten out of the shower, I was toweling myself off near the bed, and I felt cold fingers grab one of my ankles. The cold grip surprised me, and its release was as sudden as its grab. I thought my leg had become tangled in cords at first, but after I kicked, I didn't feel a weight lifted away. It was like I was kicking out of something, rather than kicking something off to untangle. Like lifting your leg out of long, wet grass or mud. I felt the tension pull back just before it let go. I took the towel off my head and looked down. Nothing was near my feet that I could have unconsciously wrapped my foot in. I was rushing to work that day and didn't think anything past it being a minor inconvenience that I forgot about during the next preparation task. Boyfriend was already shaken up, so I didn't add my story to his. What he'd seen scared him enough to make him not want to go into our bedroom, unless absolutely necessary. We slept on the living room couch for a few nights after that, until I could convince him to use our bed again. Neither of us associated the pearls with what was going on yet. I believed something strange and was leaning towards something paranormal, especially with the vanity drawer. But the necklace hadn't been the obvious culprit until I wore it. There was a handful of times, I swear, it felt like it was snagged from behind and it pulled up to my neck, right under my jaw. I would also slowly develop a rash that resembled burn marks around the areas where the pearls made contact. When the welts formed, I treated it like an allergic reaction. Allergies had never been a problem for me, but there could have been a chemical on the necklace that irritated my skin. The rashes wouldn't clear up. No matter what creams or pills I used to treat the bumps, they had no effect. The pearls were tossed back into the vanity drawer, and I'd continue the routine of finding it open and closing it when I used the bathroom. Then, on one of these visits, I happened to glance down into the extended drawer and saw that the necklace was missing. My boyfriend didn't take it. I don't know how long it's been missing since I noticed. Closing the drawer became such an absent-minded task, I usually just bumped it with my hip while I turned off the lights. footsteps would trail around the apartment when we were alone and the other one was at work. It never felt like we were the only ones there. The apartment felt like a gloom had moved in that we'd never shared as a couple up until that moment. The atmosphere was depressing, with no obvious reason as to why we felt so down. I started waking up with migraines after experiencing extremely realistic and scary nightmares. My boyfriend's sleep was becoming interrupted, equal to mine. He was woken up when I started screaming in my sleep on account of the terrible dreams I was having. I'd either wake myself up from this or he'd have to jostle my body in order to stop my screams. We wanted to move, blaming all the misfortune on our apartment being haunted, but unfortunately, we couldn't break the lease. We were also broke. We needed to save up for these changes. A retail worker and professional burglar don't make as much as one may think. First and last month's rent couldn't be scrounged together or pawned overnight. Our living room walls were decorated with neon signs that would all flicker together. None of them had settings to do anything but stay glowing. So why were they doing this now? A smaller glass piece that was shaped into a baseball glove would fall off of its fastened hook and crash into the other signs like a house of glass cards. All but around 3 or 4 survived. The rest became sharp slivers in the carpet left of the front door. The hook that held up the neon glove was still in the wall, meaning this neon piece of art would have had to have been lifted straight up and over its hook in order to fall off. The destruction happened when we were sitting in the living room watching TV together. Boyfriend had been collecting these neon signs for years. He'd even had pieces that he'd paid for with his own money hanging on that wall. Our lease was up in 5 months. During that time, we waited patiently while our home felt more and more like a haunted house. It used to be nice coming home. Now we'd dread when the other one had to leave, and we'd never looked forward to going back after our shifts ended. A coworker of mine had a litter of puppies that she was trying to adopt off. Boyfriend and I thought about getting a puppy. We decided that it would brighten up the somber feeling we were having. The next afternoon, I brought home a little lab mix that we named Biscuits. He's a very energetic pup and insists on smelling around each and every corner of his new surroundings. Our attention and affection is spent all on Biscuits, and we can't help but feel cheerier the moment he enters the apartment. That night that we brought Biscuits home, he's wandering around in the bedroom. I'm out in the living room. Boyfriend goes to work. The TV's on low and I'm playing on my phone. I hear Biscuits whimpering, and his whimpering is becoming more strained, and I get up to see what he's gotten into. I make a couple loops around the apartment and realize this puppy is nowhere to be found. I started frantically crawling around trying to listen for his squeaks and barks to get an idea of where he was. I narrow it down to the bedroom and look under the bed to see Biscuit's neck tangled in something under there. I dive in trying to free him from whatever's strangling him. When I reach my arms far enough to free him, I feel a strand of round pearls wrapped around his neck. I pull Biscuits out and through the necklace on the bed. I'd been pacing for hours, so right when my boyfriend got home that night, I told him my theory on the pearls. I told him we needed to get rid of them. He agreed. They had to go, and so off to the pawn shop he went. But before he left, I told him, don't pawn them, don't sell them. Just take them back to wherever you got them or throw them away. Something felt wrong about selling them or giving them to some other person to deal with their own horrors. I have no idea what he ended up doing with them, but I was happy to have it far away from me. I never considered things being legitimately cursed until this. Oddly enough, everything stopped. Everything was back to normal. So much so that when the time came, we even signed another lease. I don't know if this constitutes as a wild AA story, but I wouldn't have it if it weren't for AA, so here goes. Obviously, names have been changed. A Attending my Thursday meetings, there were a few regulars that I got to know. Gail was an older woman with box-dyed black hair and a different Slipknot shirt for every day of the week. In her 20s, she was selling sex and drugs for a local biker gang in Nevada. Some of the stories that she'd share at our meetings would make even the most hardened addicts blush. If Gail could live her insane life and turn it around, there was hope for any of us that walked through those doors. No matter how down and out they were, Gail probably had a story just a little bit worse, just a little more tragic. I know she was probably a raging narcissist, right? That's what I thought too. But she had receipts to back up every claim. Knife wounds, bullet wounds, a criminal rap sheet, and a scar on her leg she received from a branding iron that looked like an X with a half circle around it. She was the real deal. And man, could she tell a good story. Gail, despite her abrasive presence, still managed to have the brightest, most welcoming presence in the room. I looked forward to attending meetings because I enjoyed listening to her speak. She made you feel warm, even in the wintertime. However, the stories she would share during our smoke breaks were some of my favorites. She didn't have to hold back then. She could glorify these experiences all she wanted, and she had some insane experiences. Not just from when she was using, but from the days that she was sober and still working the streets. The story I'm sharing isn't one of Gail's trials and triumphs. It wasn't even one that she told everyone in a meeting. It was one of those coveted outside smoking a cigarette stories. And this time, she was telling me about her days as a high-class escort in Vegas. She was one of 3 girls that the bikers would present to only their top clients. Millionaires with drug habits, celebrities or mafia men, rich evangelical preachers with mega churches in Texas. Gail made bank doing what she did, and she was treated nicely as well. Clients paying in the thousands aren't usually the type to be violent. It also helped that she was driven to the location and picked up by a black Escalade filled with gang members waiting in the parking lot. An added fee for both Gail's and the client's safety. They would remain completely undisturbed unless Gail gave the signal from the window of the hotel. There was always the risk that they could kill her before the gang made it up to the room, but Gail never worried about the small stuff like that. One day her pimp gathers the girls together and asks if any of them could pass a drug test right now. Gail's the only one that raises her hand. She just so happened to have lost custody of her kid and had to be clean for 6 months before she could fight the courts to get him back. The kid's story, now that was a sad one that she did share in a meeting. Gail relapsed before she could regain custody of her son, and he'd be shipped off to his uncle with cancer in Baltimore. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to keep going on that one. Let's just say something happens and her son never makes it to Baltimore, and Gail enters the darkest period of her life. But again, rewind, sorry. Gail must have affected me more than I knew. Maybe after this I'll write her memoir. But for now, I came to tell you the story and I'll get back to it. Pretend you hear the sound of a VHS tape rewinding. Gail, a young, bubbly, high-dollar escort, the only hooker with a raised hand after her pimp Travis asks if there's any recent drug use. She was clean for 3 months. Travis takes Gail out and dresses her in the nicest things, gets her hair and nails done, a new pair of heels for her client that night. She's told that he's an international visitor from Europe, that he insists on his escorts being narcotic-free. She'd be meeting him in a suite at the top of the Flamingo. When the elevator doors opened up, Gail saw 2 security guards standing outside the door. Apparently, they were almost as tall as the door they were guarding. From the way their clothing hung, it was clear they weren't adorned with bulging muscles, like the regular goons Gail was used to seeing. But the 2 men standing there were equally menacing in their own right. Both wore matching black suits, dark circular sunglasses, and bowler hats. Neither of the men say a word to her as she exits the elevator. They stay completely silent as Gail's frisked and every pocket and crevice she has is checked. Then, one security guard beeped the walkie-talkie on his shoulder twice, and the suite doors opened up. Gail's seen close to every penthouse suite, rooftop, mansion, golf course, luxury Las Vegas can offer. It wasn't the suite that had her stumbling on her heels when she walked inside the double doors. In the living room area, the couch had been slid up against the wall, and the large, thick rug that was usually under the couch was rolled up in the corner as well. Where the rug should be is now 4 big blue plastic tarps taped together, covering the living room floor up to the walls. Directly in the middle of the tarp is a hospital bed and an IV and other tubes hooked up to a medical device. The sight made her stop. She wasn't but a few steps into the door, but then she tried to backpedal. She bumped into her client. Gail jumps away in fright, landing onto the blue tarp. The man that was standing behind her walls forward from the dark entryway to better reveal himself under the small chandelier that had decorated the living room. In a thick German accent, he apologized for the scare and introduces himself as Elijah. Being on the floor for her first sight of this man, she describes him from the ground up. He's dressed nicely. He wore expensive loafers under black business pants and a dark cardigan. He was handsome, looked to be in his 40s. He wore the same dark circular sunglasses as his security did. He extends a hand to help Gail up. She accepts his gesture, and the blue tarp loudly crinkles as she stands. The first thing Gail asked Elijah is, "Are you going to murder me?" To her relief, he says no. Her next question is if the doctor setup was a kink and if she's playing the nurse or patient. Elijah casted her as the patient in their little scenario they'd be playing that night. Gail's ushered to the gurney, and she approaches it with noticeable hesitation, but hops on. Elijah's quiet as he straps her arms down. Gail thinks it's weird his face hasn't changed expressions during this. He wasn't getting turned on by what was happening. His lack of enthusiasm started making her feel a little self-conscious. As crazy as this was, she would have much preferred a psychopath that was actually, into it. Elijah looked uninterested in Gail and mainly focused on plugging in medical equipment, tapping IV drips. Along with her arms and legs, her forehead was also strapped down tightly to the gurney bed. In situations like these, Gail was taught to never make the client feel bad and just be cool, unless it's a do-or-die situation. So Gail just smiles and says that she's just hoping that whatever he plans on them doing, they get it over quick. With her head strapped in, Gail's line of vision is basically straight up into the chandelier. She can hear Elijah quietly walking around her. Beside her, a bag is unzipped. Then, Elijah appears over her with a syringe. Seeing this in his hand, Gail starts sweating. She tries to hide the tremble in her voice as she lets out a playful laugh and asks, "What's the big needle for, Doc?" Elijah responds and finally tells her what exactly he had planned for the night. He tells Gail that the needles are to extract blood from the jugular vein in her neck. Tears grew in her eyes. Gail knew that she was completely helpless. "Why?" she asks. Elijah tells her, no more talking. It will wiggle the needle once it's in her throat. Then a poke of pain radiates into Gail's neck and down her shoulder. She can feel the needles gone under her skin, jabbed into her neck with lightning accuracy. A scream builds up in her chest, but Gail knows if she screams, the needle could possibly go deeper into her neck and do more damage. She didn't know what she was hooked up to. All she could see was the chandelier above her. A machine near her head starts beeping and buzzing. Gail can feel the blood being pulled from her veins. Her shoulder muscles begin to ache. Soon she starts to feel overwhelmingly woozy. Gail tells Elijah, "You're taking too much blood. Please, I think I'm dying." In her blurry vision, she can see Elijah appear over her again. He tells her she's not dying. He's not taking all of her blood. Through her growing headache, Gail can barely manage the pain. The straps make it impossible to squirm, and she's grinding her teeth until one of her molars breaks in her mouth. Eventually, it's all too much, and Gail blacks out. When she wakes up, her setting is completely different from what she remembered. She's disoriented, especially when she finds herself in a real bed this time, still in the suite at the Flamingo. Now awake, lying in the bedroom. Gail was weak from the loss of blood, and she was shocked to see only an hour had passed since she'd arrived. Elijah was standing underneath the doorframe of the room, staring at Gail, waiting for her to wake up. Under the covers, she pats her body. Aside from her shoes being removed, she was fully clothed. The bed was comfortable and clean. Elijah, seeing that she's up, quickly leaves the doorway and returns with a platter in his hands. He tells Gail, "You're going to like this." The fog wears off and reality sets back in. Where she is, what's going on. Again, it brings her to tears. When Elijah approaches the bed with the platter, she can hear metal sliding around, echoing in the dome container. He sets the platter on her lap, removes the lid to show a plate with 3 large chocolate chip and banana pancakes. The metal that she heard clinking around was a fork and knife. Gail says that they were the best pancakes she's ever had. Elijah leaves her to eat alone in the bedroom. When she's done, Gail gets out of bed, still weak, but able to stand on her own without holding a wall. As Gail exits the bedroom, Elijah's nowhere to be found. She doesn't look around for him. Instead, she runs through the living room, avoiding the gurney and medical equipment that's still set up. When Gail gets to the entryway, she grabs her purse and runs out the suite doors. She didn't turn around until she reached the elevator, and when she did look to see if anyone was after her, she saw that the security guards were also vacant from the hallway. The elevator doors closed. Next time they opened was in the lobby of the Flamingo. As the doors slid aside, she was met with the noise and chatter of the gaming floor. She tried to walk with as much composure as she had, as to receive the least amount of attention as possible. There were no mirrors in the bedroom. She had no clue what her appearance was like as she re-entered the public. Getting outside, she hurried to the parking lot where her ride was waiting. When she got in, she locked the doors and broke down in tears again. The men in the car asked what happened, preparing to go back up there. Gail tells them everything that happened, including the pancakes. One of the men still thinks that Elijah needs to be threatened, but Travis, who's sitting next to Gail in the back seat, tells the men to shut up. Then he tells the other man to drive. During the drive home, Gail feels a hole in her neck. It's tender to the touch. She asks Travis who those people were at the Flamingo, showing him the puncture wound. Everyone's quiet in the truck as they listened for Travis to answer. He'd been the point of contact for this arrangement. Travis inhaled. He knew in the truck with him were 3 of his closest confidants. Not to sound crude, but to use proper terminology when I say Gail was Travis's bottom bitch, his main girl. He owed it to her to tell the truth. Travis starts by explaining how he met the German client selling guns. Elijah contacted him later, telling Travis that he was coming to the States for a few days to personally pick up the guns, along with a leisure visit to gamble. He then makes one more request of Travis before disconnecting the call, asking Travis if any of his escorts have clean blood and that he'll pay high dollar for one. Needless to say, Travis is a bit taken aback by the question. Elijah can sense it on the phone, and he quickly follows it up by saying, "I'm not going to kill the girl. I'm not a sadist. Warm blood is a refreshing change from the sealed packs they bring while traveling." The man in the front passenger seat asks, "What does that mean?" And Travis says, "Elijah drinks the blood." Gail asks why, and he says he doesn't know. All he knows is that he was paying over $1,000 for a pint of her blood. He looks at Gail, and trying to be sweet, he says, "I didn't know anything else other than you were going to be okay in the end, and that's what's the most important part." "Sure, Travis, sure." Well, fast forward to the present or later. A month after the Flamingo, Gail relapses, gets picked up by the cops, turns informant, and sends a couple members of the biker gang to jail. And then she moves to where she is now, far, far away from Las Vegas. I used to work in construction. I was part of a crew that was assigned to enclose a building that was gutted by a fire. The building was an old train depot that housed offices and a microbrewery and several restaurants. Our job was to shore up the walls, install the second floor, relocate the elevator, beef up the foundation, and build a roof system. One day, my fellow worker named Dan and I were assigned to relocate the elevator to the center of the building and also cut out the flooring and floor joist and frame up the opening. After successfully completing that task, we were cleaning up around the area, and I dropped my tape measure into that hole in the floor. I would have to go down into the basement to retrieve it. There were 2 ways I could go. I decided to go down the closest way and proceeded to that staircase. It was the back one, a narrow, dark staircase that ended up in a small room without a light. That room opened into a larger room with one light bulb that wasn't bright enough to light up the entire room. As I entered the room, I could see my tape measure lying on the floor. I proceeded to walk over and grab it. And that's when I saw what I thought was Dan, standing just out of the light. I couldn't see his face, just the clothes and feet. It dawned on me that the clothes were different and that he got down there really fast. I asked him how he got down there so quick as I passed him. When he didn't respond back, I turned to look at him, and he disappeared. I grabbed my tape and ran up and out of that space as quickly as I could. I knew at that point that I had just seen a ghost. I told the crew about it, and they laughed at me, started calling me the Ghostbuster, or Buster for short. That story made it to a TV station that was 100 miles away, and they interviewed me. I was also interviewed by a documentary movie director, someone that wanted to put my story into a project he was working on. Come to find out, the original owner back in the 1800s had a daughter that fell in love with a local man, one that was not of her standing. The father, not wanting his daughter to marry outside of their class, had shot the man and killed him after an argument. Thus the reason he was still there, waiting for her. I was also assigned to lock up and unlock the job site every day. I used to come in early and unlock the building and the trailer. I used to find the doors unlocked and no footprints in the snow. That place used to give me the creeps. I had a paramedic supervisor back in the 90s who had 20 years in EMS, who had a reputation for being a tough guy with a big heart. He told us a story that raised the hair on the back of my neck one day that I'll never forget. In 1981, he was an EMT for a volunteer fire department in a New Hampshire farming community. In this town lived an elderly brother and sister along with an elderly cousin on a sprawling farm. They were very well liked by the townsfolk, and they would offer a plot of their farmland to anyone for asking, with one simple rule, that no matter what they grew, They had to donate a third of their yield to the area's local food banks. This was just one of the reasons they were so beloved. As they got older, Mary, the sister, became frail with osteoporosis and was admitted to a nursing home. John, her brother, was left to look after the farm. One day, the cousin who lived nearby was unable to reach John by phone and became concerned. He went to the farm, entered the house. He discovered John in an upstairs bedroom, unconscious, suffering from a stroke. He immediately called 911. Word of trouble at the farm spread quickly, and soon the siren was blaring, notifying volunteers in the town. The town's police and ambulance raced to the farm. An ambulance from an adjoining community was also dispatched. My boss was one of the EMTs responding and was familiar with this family. When he arrived, he said he walked into the house and was told to hurry as CPR was underway. As he entered the front hall, on his left was a sitting room, and in the room he noticed an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, smiling back at him. He thought how happy and peaceful she looked, and was a bit odd given what was going on. He then recognized her. It was Mary, the man's sister. They got John to the ambulance and transported him to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. As my boss was filling out his report at the nurse's station, he made a comment to one of the staff, saying how sad it was that Mary was finally well enough to go home, and then John would die like that. The staff member gave him a strange look, asked what he was talking about. My boss said how great Mary looked at the house. He was then informed that Mary passed away the day before at the nursing home and couldn't have possibly been at the farm. Thinking he mistook someone else for Mary, he asked around about who the female was at the house. There were no females during the call. All the responders were male. He then described what she was wearing, including an oversized set of pearls and a pink flowered dress. The dress was Mary's favorite. He had no doubt that the pleasant elderly woman who gave him a warm smile was indeed Mary. 2 days later, my boss and his then-girlfriend decided to attend the wake for John and Mary, a double wake and funeral, as Mary was the girlfriend's grade school teacher. As my boss walked into the funeral, he gazed over at the coffin holding Mary, and he nearly fainted. Mary was wearing her favorite pink dress with an oversized pearl necklace, exactly as she wore 2 days earlier at the farm. I used to work at a bowling alley, a real relic of a bygone era, creaky floors and the faint smell of stale popcorn embedded in its walls. The place always had a strange vibe at night, especially when I was the one closing up. I never paid too much attention to it, at least not until one night. It was late, just past midnight. The last customers had long gone. I hadn't even had a chance to turn my music on yet, so the eerie silence seemed to echo off the polished lanes. I went through my usual routine, locking the doors, shutting off the arcade games, and finally flipping the switch to turn off the overhead lights. The place fell into near darkness, save for the faint glow of the exit signs. I was just about to grab my keys and head out when I heard it. The unmistakable hum of a lane powering on. My stomach tightened. There was no mistaking that sound. The sound was distinct, followed by the mechanical clatter of the pin setter coming to life. I turned around, and sure enough, one of the lanes at the far end was lit up like it was ready for a game. The thing is, the lanes don't turn on by themselves. Each one has a manual switch hidden behind a curtain in the back. I stared at the glowing lane for a moment, half expecting to see someone step out of the shadows, but the place was empty, or so I thought. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I flipped the main lights back on, and I started walking down the aisle towards the back, The air felt heavier every time I took a step, like the silence was kind of pressing down on me. I reached the curtain. I was about to step through it when the lane shut off just as suddenly as it had come on. The silence that followed was suffocating. For a moment, I just stood there, staring at the now dark lane, trying to make sense of what had just happened. A chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was there. But still, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a power surge, maybe a malfunction. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I considered going behind the lanes to check the switches, but something about the oppressive stillness made me hesitate, and I guess I've always learned to trust my gut. It was like the darkness beyond the curtain was waiting for me, and not in a good way. The next day, I told my boss what had happened. He laughed it off, dismissing it as a figment of my imagination. No cameras, no proof, he said. I could tell that he thought I was just tired, maybe looking for an excuse to leave early, but it didn't stop there. A week later, while closing up again, I heard the faint thud of a ball rolling down a lane. The sound sent a jolt of fear through me, and I spun around to see a single ball sitting in the gutter of the same lane that had turned on before. Only this time, I knew I hadn't left any equipment out. I didn't stick around to investigate. I grabbed my stuff and I left as fast as I could, locking the doors behind me. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone behind the curtain. And sometimes, late at night, I would think about the bowling alley, about the strange energy and how it felt, not being alone. I would wonder about the things that went on when no one was around, and I couldn't help but wonder if something or someone was actually trying to get my attention, or worse, trying to lure me into something. I've been driving a rig for a little over 3 years now, but I'm currently looking for some new work. Some people enjoy the lifestyle, but it's just not for me. I grew up in a city where the only thing you had to worry about were the other people, robberies, murderers, and the like. But when you're driving through open roads in the middle of nowhere, there are much worse concerns. Concerns I never considered when I took the job. Most of the time, the worst you'll encounter are poor drivers and traffic jams. But I recently drove through the night in order to finish a haul before my kid's birthday. To be fair, I did make it back for his party, just not without a price. It was well past 1 a.m. on a long stretch of highway when I had a back tire blow out on the passenger side. Huge strips of rubber were on the road, and I had just come around a curve. I couldn't leave it there for someone to hit, so I pulled over, grabbed a flashlight. I was more annoyed than anything. It's just exactly my type of luck. Once the rubber was off the road, I dug out all of the tire tools and got to work. Right when I got the old one off, I started hearing something big moving around in the woods behind me. At first, I ignored it, but as it got closer, I realized it was something on 2 legs. We don't have bears around here. That made me think it was a human, which meant fuck that tire. I threw my tools into the cab and then retrieved the safety triangles. As I ran back, I could hear the footsteps just inside the tree line, running with me. I screamed that I had a gun, even though I didn't. Not that it did any good. When I stopped to jump into the driver's seat, I saw what had been chasing me in a small opening between the trees. It was inhumanly big. Its head was at least 9 feet high, and its shoulders were the width of 2 linebackers. Shit, maybe 3, I don't know. It only stopped to look at me for a split second. Once I was inside the cab, it continued running forward. I got the rig moving as fast as she could go, but within a few hundred yards, it darted into the road. I only caught a glimpse of it as it charged towards the passenger door. It all happened so fast. It was on all 4s now. I know its body was the size of a brown bear, but its body was jet black, and its head was more like a wolf's. The ears and the snout were long and pointed, and it was bearing huge fangs. I can't really pinpoint what was strange about its teeth. It's like there were more than there should have been, but I swerved so fast that it all seemed to blur together. It slammed into the back of my cab so hard that I thought it must be dead, but it flew back into the woods like it hadn't felt a thing. There was a second I didn't know if I was going to be able to straighten the rig out, but once I did, I didn't stop until I made it to town. By then, I'd begun to question everything. Did I really see what I think I saw? Did I even get a flat tire? Was I just that overworked and overstressed? But then I got out and saw the damage. There had definitely been a flat, and something had definitely hit my truck. There was a huge dent in the side like it had been hit with a wrecking ball. The insurance claim says it was a deer because what the hell else was I supposed to say? A giant wolf-bear monster attacked me? Nah, I have enough problems, thank you very much. This is the only place that I've told the truth, and it's the only place I intend to ever share it. Maybe now I can stop obsessing over it. One thing is for sure. I haven't driven at night since, and I don't think I ever will. I grew up in rural Appalachia, so I grew up hearing all kinds of superstitions and legends about ghosts and other creepy things. Of course, as an adult, I realized that they were mostly made up by people trying to scare their kids from wandering off into the woods and passed down over the generations. I was told to never respond if something called my name in the woods, and if we heard whistling outside at night, it meant the devil was close. Of course, there's real truth and valuable advice in some of those stories. If a stranger is calling to you from the woods or whistling outside your house at night, you probably should be afraid, especially as a child. I never experienced either there in the mountains. The scariest thing that ever happened to me wasn't supernatural, and happened in New Mexico. My mom died when I was very little, and when I was about 20, my dad passed away, leaving me without immediate family except my brother. Dad didn't have much, but he left his house to my brother, and just enough money for me that I was able to buy 2 acres and a nice used camper. My boyfriend, now my husband, wanted to move back home and be close to his mom, and we planned to eventually build a house. It seemed like such a cool adventure to me at the time. It was literally in the desert. A dirt lot off a dirt road with no electricity or water access, and surrounded by other identical empty plots. Until very recently, you could still find land like that for a little bit of nothing because it's inconvenient and expensive to truly live comfortably out there. We had to haul water from my in-laws' house, use a generator for electricity. My husband worked nights as a security guard, so I was alone in that camper almost every night. Honestly, it was boring, and it felt safe enough to me then because I had a big bear of a Rottweiler named Zeus who would have defended either of us to the death. Obviously, though, as I'd find out, it wasn't really that safe, dog or not. It was a normal night like any other. I'd been outside watching the sky while I smoked a bowl and came back in to get ready for bed. I had just undressed and climbed into bed when I heard whistling and felt the camper sort of shift, like a hard gust of wind hit it. It wasn't that unusual, because sometimes the wind blew really hard out there, so I would have ignored it if Zeus hadn't started growling like the devil himself was outside. He was crouched down toward the doorway, ready to attack. I was terrified, and it suddenly seemed so foolish to have assumed I was safe out there alone, with a tin aluminum door between me and whatever was out there in the dark. I couldn't help but think about the story my granddad told me all those years ago, about hearing whistling at night, and while I'm not very religious in general, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pretty unnerved in that moment. The sound of it was so unnaturally high-pitched that it almost sounded like the wind, but not quite, because it had that sort of sad melody to it. Besides that, My dog had never growled at the wind before. I remember thinking how crazy it was that I could hear it over the generator, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere. I tried to work up the courage to peek outside, but I was frozen to the bed. Zeus was going crazy now, growling and snarling and pacing. He rarely barked, but when he did, it was intimidating as hell. And once he started barking at the wall like he was possessed, everything sort of stopped. It was like the tension in the air just slowly dissipated. Zeus was just as freaked out as me and couldn't settle down until I finally let him outside about an hour later. He sniffed the back of the camper where the bedroom was for a good minute before reluctantly turning away and coming back inside, but I was too chicken shit to go outside myself. Cell service was spotty. This was a long time ago, where everyone still had flip phones, and I was without a way to leave or call for help. When I told my husband the next morning, he was convinced it was traffickers or worse trying to break in on me, and that Zeus had scared them off. It was somewhat plausible to me, but I didn't feel that that was the explanation. No one had actually tried to break in. That would be some strange kidnappers to just stand outside whistling. Then he told me that he'd heard rumors of a small cult who lived nearby out there, and maybe it was one of them trying to scare us away. That was more terrifying to me in a way, since I figured if that was the case, they might come back. But in the daylight with my husband there, it also all seemed a bit silly. I remembered how Zeus was sniffing the back of the camper, and we decided to go look around. The dirt out there is soft and sandy. It looked like it had been trampled around by multiple people with different-sized bare feet. The dirt that was right under the small window over my bed. The weirdest part is how there were no tracks leading off in any other direction, away from the camper. Just the ones outside the window. And one set halfway around the backside wall, right around where Zeus had started barking. Suddenly, that crazy cult rumor didn't seem very far-fetched or silly to me. And that's how I ended up living with my mother-in-law for over a year, because living in fear of being harassed or worse. We still own the lot where that happened, but we bought a place in town. The desert is beautiful, and I love hiking in it with other people. But at the same time, I've noticed something about the desert also really seems to attract crazy folks. Mothman. That's the only name I've ever been able to give it. It was a warm summer evening and my family had gathered for an outdoor movie night at one of our relatives' houses. They'd set up a big screen in the backyard, rows of folding chairs and blankets covering the grass. The scent of popcorn and citronella candles was mixed in the air, and the sun, it was setting. For a kid around 7 or 8 years old, it really felt like the perfect night. The movie had just started when my attention began to wander. I wasn't interested in whatever was playing on the screen. I still don't remember what it was. So I turned my gaze toward the tree line at the edge of the yard. It was almost fully dark by then, the faint glow of the moon casting shadows across the ground. And that's when I saw something. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, just my imagination playing with the shapes of the trees, but as I stared, I realized it was something else entirely. A tall, black figure stood just beyond the trees, partially hidden by the shadows. It looked like it was covered in fur or hair, its long, spindly arms hanging unnaturally low. Its eyes, though, I remember those most clearly. They glowed a deep, almost fiery red, cutting through the darkness like embers. And it was staring right at me. I froze, not in fear exactly, but in shock. It wasn't moving, not even a little, just standing there, watching. The distance between us made it hard to make out specific details. and the dim light didn't help. I couldn't see if it had wings or not, though part of me expected it to. It was hard to explain the feeling, but it didn't seem threatening. There was an almost unnatural calm about it, like it wasn't interested in hurting me. It just was. After what felt like forever, curiosity got the better of me. I turned and ran back to the group, tugging on the sleeve of the nearest adult. "There's something in the woods," I said, urging them to come and see. Of course, they were skeptical, but I wouldn't let it go. I begged someone to follow me back to where I'd seen it. By the time I returned to the spot, it was completely dark. The figure was gone. The only thing staring back at me now were the trees. I scanned the area desperately, trying to catch another glimpse, but it was as if it had vanished into thin air. Understandably, no one believed me. I was just a kid with an overactive imagination, they said. Maybe I'd seen a shadow or a deer moving through the woods. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a deer. And though I wasn't afraid when I saw it, the memory of those glowing red eyes has stuck with me ever since. What was it? Was it watching me for a reason? Why didn't it move while I was looking? And why did it disappear the moment I turned away? I've never been able to answer those questions, but one thing I do know for sure, it wasn't my imagination. When I was 19, I jogged everywhere, partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. When I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches, at least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages, with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it, with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular. They would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident, and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. That's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol. I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment. Though his behavior was still unsettling, I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know, and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body. And there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood, but they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him and his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic, parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then he ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. When I was about 8 years old, my little brother and I got lost in the woods outside my family's property in Oregon. We didn't know we were lost, but everyone else seemed to. So, from the top. My grandparents used to own a cabin somewhere in or around Bend, Oregon. They sold it shortly after this event, so I still have no idea if it was because of this or simply a financial decision they had to make. Either way, I remember the home quite fondly. It had an immaculate garden, thanks to Grandma. Lots of area to run around and be free. There were some woods lining the property, stretching on for who knows how long. We weren't to go that far. My grandparents had a lassie-like dog named Tapper, who would play with my brother and I for hours, but he also acted much like a babysitter. I guess Lassie's character wasn't too far off, because Tapper was known to alert the adults when the children had wandered a bit too far. But he also had saved my grandpa, who'd gotten himself stuck in a mole hole. He'd snapped his ankle and wouldn't have been able to make it out if Tapper hadn't run home to alert Grandma. Anyway, good dog. Well, too often my little brother and I would wander just past the property and into the woods. We never did get that far with Tapper around, but on this particular day, Tapper was the one at the tree line. We thought, oh wow, Tapper boy wants an adventure too. Let's follow him. So we did. As we approached the trees, I remember Tapper disappearing into the woods, and we had to run in just to catch up with him. Once inside, though, we couldn't find Tapper. We called for him with no response. That was incredibly unusual, but like most 8-year-olds, I didn't think too much of it. We just kept on walking to find Tapper. We walked for what couldn't have been more than 30 seconds, when suddenly I got the feeling like I was in a lot of trouble. I couldn't figure out why I felt like this. I looked at my little brother, and he was just wandering off. I ran after him, grabbed his hand, told him, I think we gotta go back now. He looked at me and said, "Nuh-uh, Mama's here. She's calling for us." Then he let go of my hand and kept running off in the opposite direction. I followed after him, not because I could hear what he heard, but because I didn't want to lose my brother. Catching up with him, I grabbed him a little more firmly and said, "We gotta go. Mama's not here." But just as I grabbed him and I looked forward, I saw Tapper. Then I heard a bark, but it didn't come from the Tapper that we were looking at. It came from the Tapper behind us, at the edge of the woods, right where we had entered. Still, my brother insisted Mama was in the woods, that she was looking for us, and even still, I heard nothing outside of Tapper's barking. The other Tapper sat patiently in front of us, nodding his head in a most unusual way. I knew this wasn't Tapper, but I had no idea what it was. I calmly told my brother that we needed to get out of here, and we needed to get away from this dog. "What dog?" he asked me almost in a giggle way. When I pointed at the dog, it started to snarl. It was quick and loud, so I recoiled, but my brother did not. He just stood there, looking at me, confused as to why I was shaken, and still asking me, "What dog?" He clearly didn't see what I saw, and I couldn't hear what he heard, but we needed to move. I was bigger than him, so I just scooped him up, giving him no chance to go in the other direction. I ran us towards the real Tapper, leaving the wannabe behind us. I didn't look back. When we got within a footstep of Tapper, I realized we weren't exiting the same area that we'd entered, but I was relieved to be exiting. Once we did, we heard an uproar of voices coming from our right. It was our entire family. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. They were a mix of emotions. After reprimanding us for going into the woods, they asked why we didn't respond to them calling for us. I told them I didn't hear any of that. My brother says he heard Mama calling for him. So then it just looked like I wasn't paying attention or answering, but I swore. And I swear to this day, I absolutely did not hear that. Even with all of that considered, how did we end up on the entire other side of the woods? We didn't walk nearly long enough to cover such distance, but that's where it gets weirder. Everyone is talking about how long we were gone for. Over an hour. There's just no way that could be true. There's no way we were gone for longer than 10 minutes. I double know this because when I was a child, time always crawled. I was constantly being told to be patient or go entertain myself to pass time. I just knew that we weren't gone for that long. Anyway, I never told anyone about the dog because it didn't seem like they believed much I had to say for myself anyway. Even now, I remember how isolating that felt, to not be believed. I wasn't a child known for fibbing, but I guess as I've grown, I get it. The events that unfolded were impossible. I saw and felt something completely different than my brother, but neither of us thought that we were gone longer than a couple minutes. I can't explain it, so how could they? I don't know. I do know. There's something so unsettling about those woods. I've always been a rather explain-it-away type. You know the kind. Lights flicker, must be bad wiring, footsteps in an empty hall is old pipes, shadows moving, trick of the light. It's not that I wanted to disprove everything. I just never saw the point in jumping to ghosts or demons when logic usually did the job. But this is a story that made me shut my mouth. It happened about a year ago. I was house sitting for a friend, an old place out in central Pennsylvania. Not quite rural, but definitely quiet. 2 stories, drafty, and full of antique furniture that her mom had collected over the years. She told me her mom believed in bad spirits and even kept some kind of protective charm over the upstairs hallway light. I remember rolling my eyes when she pointed it out, but hey, she was paying me to feed the cat and water the plants. I wasn't about to argue over superstitions. The first night was fine, second night too, but on the third, something changed. It started just after midnight. I was upstairs getting ready for bed when I heard a sharp knocking sound. 3 taps, right at the bedroom wall behind me. Not the door, the wall. I froze and waited. Knock, 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 again. I walked into the hallway and nothing. Just silence and that hallway light overhead. It was flickering now, even though it had been fine earlier. I figured maybe the wiring was bad, a faulty bulb, and I went back to the bedroom. But that's when the smell hit me. Sulfur. Very distinct, thick, and heavy. Like someone had lit a match and let it burn in their hand. The cat, normally a shadow at my feet, bolted from the room and wouldn't come back in. And then the air shifted and got even heavier, like I'd stepped into a sauna. Only there was no heat, just pressure. I sat on the edge of the bed trying to steady myself when the mirror across the room fogged. It just fogged up. No steam, no breath, nothing around it, but on the glass, I could see shapes, fingers, 4 of them, dragging down the mirror slowly from the top, like something was behind the glass, watching. And then the knocking started again, but this time from inside the closet. I didn't go near it. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, listening to the knocking. It turned into a scratching. Long, deliberate strokes, like nails dragging across wood. And then a voice. A voice so low, I thought it was in my own head at first. It didn't say words, just made a sound that shouldn't come from a throat. It was wrong. I left that room, slept in the car with the cat on my lap. When I told my friend what happened the next day, she gave me a look and said, "You didn't touch the charm in the hallway, did you?" I hadn't, but it had fallen, shattered even, on the floor. And above it, carved into the ceiling beam, were 3 marks, deep, like they'd been clawed at. After seeing that, I didn't go back inside the house. Not after what had happened with the charm, the mirror. I finished the job from the driveway. I fed and gave the cat water through an open window. I told my friend something had spooked me, and that I'd rather not house it again. She laughed it off, said her mom would have loved to hear that I'd been scared, but I didn't find it funny. But here's the part that's harder to admit. Whatever was in that house, I don't think it stayed there. Just a couple days after I got home, things started happening. It was minor at first, like waking up at 3:15 every morning without fail. Eyes wide open, no dream to blame. A bulb in my hallway started flickering. Same timing every night. Always 3:15. I replaced it. It kept happening. Eventually, I just took it out, stopped walking past it in the dark. But then there was a voice. Not outside. Inside my apartment, right next to my bed. So low and close I could feel it. It didn't whisper this time. "You." My stomach flipped, my vision tunneled, and I couldn't move. Not for a while. The next day, I burned the clothes that I'd worn in that house. I washed everything else with vinegar or salt, whatever I could Google at 2 a.m. I'm not proud of it. But when you've heard and felt something breathe without lungs, you start looking for answers in places that you once rolled your eyes at. It hasn't come back, not fully and not yet. But sometimes the light in my apartment flickers for no reason. I'll change it out and same thing. Sometimes I find a mirror fogged, and even though the air is dry, it's fogged. Sometimes I swear I hear footsteps from inside my closet, followed by a silence that isn't really silence. It's just waiting. I still don't believe in demons or ghosts per se, but I know that what's happened, it's strange and like nothing I've ever experienced before. I almost drowned when I was 5. That's how my parents tell it anyway. I don't remember everything the way they do. I don't remember the panic or the shouting or how long I was under. What I remember feels different from that. It's quieter. It was the summer, and we were at a lake that we went to pretty often. Not anything remote, just one of those places that families go when the weather's nice. There were other people around, kids playing, adults sitting in folding chairs near the water. No lifeguard, but I had those little floaties on my arms, the kind that make you feel like you know how to swim, even when you don't. I remember being in the water. Everything was normal. And then I remember not being able to touch the bottom anymore. That part comes back in pieces, the way the water suddenly felt deeper than it should have. The way I tried to step down and couldn't find anything there. I think I tried to call out, but I don't remember hearing my own voice. My floaties were slipping. After that, it gets hard to place. I don't remember struggling the way that people describe it or you see it in film. There was no thrashing or grasping. I do remember going under, and then everything just went still. It didn't feel like drowning. It didn't feel like anything, really. Just silence. Like when you're about to fall asleep and everything around you just fades out, except it happened all at once. I don't remember being scared anymore. I remember feeling like I was somewhere else, not a place that I could describe, not a room or landscape or anything like that. Just somewhere that wasn't the lake anymore. And I could sense that I wasn't alone. There was someone there with me. An older man. That's the way I knew how to describe him at the time. He had long white hair, kind of pulled back but still loose around the shoulders, and this big mustache that, for some reason, stood out to me more than anything else. He wasn't scary. He was familiar. And he was fun-looking. That's the word I used when I was little. Fun. He wasn't doing anything like trying to grab at me or pull me, nothing like that. He just stayed with me, close enough that I knew I wasn't alone anymore. And I remember that feeling better. At 5 years old, I didn't have the language for it, so the way that I described it was that he made me feel better. But what I meant was, whatever had been wrong before wasn't wrong anymore. There was no panic or confusion. That sense that something bad was happening was gone. I remember looking at him, feeling calm. I remember him looking back at me. The smile, it was nice. Like he already knew I was going to be okay. The next thing I remember is waking up, except it didn't feel like I was waking up from sleep. It felt like being pushed back into something. Like I was suddenly aware of my body again all at once. There were people around me, voices, hands. I remember coughing, a lot of coughing. My chest hurt, my throat burned, and everything felt too loud and too bright. My mom was there. I could hear her voice before I could really see her. And I remember being confused, not about where I was, but why I wasn't with him anymore. Later, when things calmed down, I tried to explain it. I was still sitting wrapped in a towel, kind of out of it. I told my parents that there had been a man with me, that he stayed with me, that he made me feel better. They didn't react, really. They just kind of nodded, asked me a couple of simple questions, let me talk. Looking back, I think they thought I was confused, or that my brain had filled something in to make sense of what happened, which makes sense. I probably would have thought the same thing. It didn't come up again for a while, until later. I have no real sense of time at that age, so I don't know how much time had passed, maybe a few days or longer, but at some point my parents sat down. They asked me to describe the man again, so I did. The hair, the mustache, the way he looked. I was very specific about the mustache. That seemed important to me. They didn't interrupt me. They just listened. And when I was done, they were quiet. Then my dad got up, left the room, came back. He was holding a few small old photos. He sat down next to me, started flipping through them slowly, not saying anything at first, just letting me look. And then he stopped on one, an older man, long white hair, and a big mustache, the same one. I didn't hesitate. I pointed to the picture right away and said, "That's him." I remember looking up at them, expecting them to explain it, to tell me who he was, why he was there. But they didn't say anything at first. They just looked at each other. Then my mom said very quietly, "That's your great-grandfather." By now, I've heard the story a lot of times. My great-grandfather died just before I was born. I don't remember feeling scared when they told me that or any time since. I don't think I really understood it well enough to be anyway. If anything, it just made sense in the same way that everything else had felt in that moment, like it just fit. I don't know what happened that day exactly. I don't know if my brain created something to make the experience easier, or if there really was someone there with me. I've thought about it over the years, though, more than I probably should have. But I guess most importantly, I wasn't afraid. I wasn't alone. And for a while, before I came back, I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I want to be clear about something before I start. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't even read horoscopes. I don't knock on wood. I have never once forwarded a chain email, not even the ones that promise something bad would happen to me at midnight if I didn't. I mention this only because I'm about to describe something that has no business coming out of my mouth, and I'd like you to understand that it bothers me too. My mother received a doll. You know the kind. Maybe your grandmother had one or your great aunt. They sell the base at craft stores. A cheap, hollow plastic doll, about 18 inches tall, molded facial features, fixed glassy eyes, the kind that exists specifically so someone can spend 6 months crocheting it an elaborate dress. The doll itself is almost incidental. It's just an armature, a thing to hang the hard work on. Our neighbor, Mrs. Deborah, that's what we called her, Mrs. Deborah. Never just one or the other. Well, she made one. Purple and white, intricate lace work all the way down to the little ruffled hem. Honestly, the dress was beautiful. She'd clearly put real time into it. When she gave it to my mother, not long before she passed, it was obvious that it had meant something to her. And my mother received it in the way that you receive something like that, with both hands and genuine care. She put it in her bedroom, blue armchair, right side of the room, facing the door. That's the part that matters, facing the door. I can't tell you exactly when I first noticed. It wasn't a single moment that I can point to and say, there, that's where it started. It was more like something that accumulated, a detail that kept showing up until I couldn't unsee it. I'd pass my mother's room in the hallway. She kept the door open, always had, and I'd catch the doll in my peripheral vision, sitting in the blue chair, and something would feel slightly off, in a way that I couldn't immediately explain. Then one day I stopped and I looked. The doll was turned towards me. Not toward the door, towards me. Head angled maybe 15-20 degrees to the left of where it would need to be to face straight into the hall. Just enough to track whoever was walking past, like something had made a small adjustment. I stood there longer than I'd like to admit. I don't even remember why. But then I went and found something else to do, only for it to pop back in my head later. I told myself a version of the easy story. I misremembered where it was facing. My mother had adjusted it at some point, and I hadn't registered it consciously. I couldn't let it go. The light was different at different times of the day, I tell myself. I was probably just noticing the angle for the first time. I walked past the room again an hour later. It had moved despite nobody going inside. Here's the thing about telling people something like this, and I've told almost no one. It's that every explanation available sounds worse than the last. Either the doll was moving on its own, which is not possible, or I was losing my grip on basic spatial perception, which is also not a great option. I spent a long time in the middle, in that uncomfortable place where you haven't arrived anywhere rational, but you also refuse to say the other thing out loud. My nephew Jamie bought me a little time in that middle place, actually. He's only a few years younger than me, more of a peer than anything else, and he came to stay with us that summer without knowing anything about the doll. I hadn't said a word to him. He lasted about 4 days before he found me in the kitchen and said, without any preamble, "What's going on with that thing in your mom's room?" I put my coffee down. He said every time that he walked past the door, it turned to look at him. I could tell by the way he said it that he'd been sitting on it for a while and finally decided to just say it out loud. He almost looked relieved to have said it. I looked at him for a second. "Yeah," I said. "It's weird, isn't it?" I started avoiding that hallway, taking the long way through the kitchen to get to the other side of the house, which was absurd, which I was aware of, which I did anyway. I stopped looking into the room when I passed. That became a problem of its own, because then I was always aware of the exact position of my eyes, always specifically not looking, which somehow felt worse than just seeing it. I had nightmares. Not about anything too crazy, no horror movie imagery, nothing with sound or movement. It was just the doll in the blue chair. And that particular feeling of something watching you. And not just something, but a face that isn't built for expressions, but is making one anyway. That specific wrongness. I'd wake up and lie still in the dark, listen to the house settle, and try very hard not to think about what was sitting in the room at the end of the hall. My mother, for what it's worth, never seemed bothered. Whether she saw what we saw, whether the angle just always looked different from her side of the room, and whether she simply loved Mrs. Deborah enough to extend that love generously to anything that had come from her hands, I couldn't tell. She's practical in a way that tends to smooth over the edges of things. She kept the door open. She kept the doll in the chair. I don't know what finally shifted it for her, but at some point the following year, she mentioned casually that she'd passed the doll along to someone at church who crocheted, someone who'd admired the dress. I didn't even ask questions, or mourn it for that matter. I walked past the blue chair for weeks after that, and I felt my eyes go to it before I could stop them. Checking. Still checking, even knowing it was gone. The body remembers routes that it has learned. It just takes a while to teach it that the thing that it was bracing for isn't there anymore. Mrs. Deborah made a beautiful dress. She was kind to my mother, and her gift was given with a good heart, and I believe all of that completely. I also believe what I saw, and I've never found a place where both of those things fit at the same time. So, I leave them next to each other and try not to pull too hard on either one. Three carved coconut shell monkeys, paranormally active. Buyer assumes all responsibility. I remember reading that last part and thinking it was a nice touch, good atmosphere. The kind of thing that someone writes up to justify the price point on what are, objectively, three small decorative monkeys carved from coconut shells. I thought it was funny, and I bought them, figuring that they would make for a good story at a party. Because it's cheaper than actual furniture, and because you're 20-something and your first apartment has empty shelves and you've decided that's the kind of person you are. But I'm no longer that person. They arrived in a box filled with more packing materials than seemed necessary, each one wrapped individually in brown paper. They made me feel briefly like I should take them more seriously. They were better than I'd expected, actually. Real craft, real detail, each monkey in the classic pose of see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Hands pressed over eyes, over ears, over mouth. Carved from the shelves themselves, rough and dark and dense. The seller had included a handwritten note that said only, "Please be respectful with them." No other context or explanation of what disrespectful meant or what failure to be respectful might produce. I put the note in a drawer. I put the monkeys on a shelf in the living room, and I made a mental note to tell my girlfriend Renee about the seller's solemn warning so we could laugh about it over dinner. I forgot to tell her. The first thing happened maybe 4 nights later. Renee and I had been together long enough that our apartment had a rhythm. I knew her sounds, her patterns, the particular way she moved through the space. Soft footsteps, one slightly heavier than the other. The sound of her presence before she arrived in a room. We were comfortable in a way that takes time to build and feels unremarkable until the moment it becomes remarkable. I was meditating, or trying to. I'd been doing it inconsistently for about a year, never very successfully. But the apartment was quiet, and the living room was dark, and I'd been sitting on the floor long enough that I'd actually gotten somewhere close to still. I heard her come down the hall. I heard it the way I always heard it. That specific sequence, the soft drag of her left foot, the rhythm that I could have identified in a crowded room, coming down the hallway, crossing into the living room behind me, stopping just to my right. And then her hand on my shoulder. I felt the weight of it, the warmth, a familiar pressure, not urgent, but the way you touch someone just to let them know you're there. I remember thinking distantly that I didn't want to come all the way out of the stillness that I'd worked to find. I remember almost not turning around, but I did. And there was no one there. I want to be precise about this because the precision is what has kept me from comfortably filing it away. The living room was empty. I had felt footsteps cross the floor. I had felt a hand. The hand had a weight, a temperature, a specificity. That was not a chill, not an ambient sensation, not the feeling of almost something. It was the exact and ordinary feeling of a person touching you. And then there was no person. I went down the hall. Renee was asleep on her side, exactly as she had been when I left the room. Blanket pulled up, completely undisturbed. I stood in the doorway for a moment. I went back to the living room. I sat down in the same exact spot, and I looked at the shelf across from me. 3 monkeys. See no evil. Hear no evil. Speak no evil. And then I went to bed. I told Renee in the morning. She listened to her coffee cup held in both hands. She listens like this when she's deciding how seriously to take something. She said that she'd been asleep, that she hadn't gotten up, and that she hadn't heard anything. She wasn't dismissive about it. She was thoughtful in a way that I appreciated. She asked me a few questions. We didn't land anywhere satisfying. She asked about the monkeys. I told her about the listing, the note. Please be respectful with them. She looked at the shelf for a moment. She said. That was it. But she said it in a way that didn't close the subject so much as table it. I want to say that nothing else happened, that it was an isolated incident, that this is the kind of story that's just one strange note and then silence. I think that would be the comfortable version. What I'll say instead is that the monkeys were fine. They sat on their shelf. They didn't move or make noise, gave no outward sign of anything. We moved apartments twice in the next 2 years, and they came with us each time, wrapped in the same brown paper, repacked with the same probably unnecessary care. I'd think about the first night occasionally, but as soon as I did, let it go, if you will, the dreams started. These were a reoccurring presence in my sleep, the sense of being in a room that I didn't recognize and something sitting across from me that I was not supposed to look at directly. There's this specific quality that dreams sometimes have, where the rules are clear even without being stated. Don't look at it. Don't acknowledge it. Just be in the room with it and wait for the dream to end. I woke up from these feeling watched, examined, which faded quickly. I woke up from them feeling followed, which faded more slowly. I started waking before my alarm and lying still in the dark with a particular alertness that I couldn't turn off, listening to the apartment in a way that I hadn't since the first night. I didn't connect it to the monkeys. I'm not sure that I wanted to. Then one morning I came into the living room and I found the center monkey on the floor. Here is what I would like for you to understand about the shelves. They're deep, flat, and level. We're not a household that experiences vibrations, and we have no pets. The windows had been closed. The monkey had not been near the edge. I was particular about this in a way that I hadn't consciously acknowledged until the moment that I stood there looking at it on the floor, several feet from the shelf. I understood that there was no version of a fall that could explain that distance. I picked it up, the Hear No Evil one, hands pressed flat over the ears, and I put it back on the shelf. That night I dreamed about the room again, and this time I looked. I don't remember what I saw. I mean that literally. There is a gap where that part of the dream should be, a clean blank, like a frame pulled from film. I woke up at 3 a.m. with my heart going and a certainty that I couldn't name pressing down on my chest. And I lay there in the dark and I thought very clearly, they need to go. Not a question. It was not something to discuss. This was just a flat, certain knowledge. It didn't require an argument. I woke Renee up. She took one look at my face and said, "The monkeys?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Okay." I didn't put them back on eBay. I thought about it, thought about the note. Please be respectful with them. And decided that passing them on to someone else for $35 in my own peace of mind was not, perhaps, the respectful move. I drove them to a donation center 2 towns over, put them in a bin that was set to go to the garbage. What I felt was this peculiar relief of putting down something that you didn't realize you'd been carrying. Renee and I got married the following spring. We have a house now, real shelves, lots of furniture, more than empty space. I think about those 3 years in those 3 apartments and the thing that was in all of them. Sitting on whatever surface I'd given it, waiting with its hands over its face. And the shoulder. I definitely still think about the shoulder. Not with fear anymore exactly, more with this kind of unsettled respect. It's the same feeling I get when I'm swimming and something brushes my leg underwater. The world has more in it than the part I can see. I obviously knew that before the monkeys, but I just know it differently now. The shelf where they used to be sits full of books, and I sleep better, mostly. I heard we don't judge here. Well, in my early 20s, I had a bad boyfriend named Len, and an equally bad habit. He and I were living in the dirtiest motel west of the Mississippi. Our room was room D. It was a small room with 1 bed. The motel was a perfect place for a little R&R, roaches and rodents. We were heating spoons on a red flannel love seat when a bullet came through our wall at the same time that a boom was heard from room E. The bullet lodged into the seat next to Len's leg, but there were so many cigarette holes in the fabric we weren't completely sure that's where it went until we lifted the love seat and found it on the ground. We were completely sure that it had been a bullet that came through that wall. I got up, walked over to where it had came from, like an idiot. I put my eye right up to the hole to see if I could see what was going on in the other room, but the other side was blocked. We knew the woman that stayed there. She was also a weekly renter and a fellow enthusiast of spoon music. Her name was Ruth. She was a jack of all trades, and you know what they say. A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. Her first occupation was an escort, but when she didn't have a client, Ruth made her own little mini-mart of stolen goods. It was a real cool thing that she had going on right next door. If we needed batteries, Ruth had them, and probably cheaper than the corner store. She even had a Gatorade thing going on for a while where someone she knew would just give her racks of it and she'd sell it for $1. She also had drugs, of course, but she'd never consider herself a dealer. She just happened to sell that stuff too, right alongside the DVD players and an honest-to-God full set of the Bailey School Kids book series. We didn't know she sold firearms, and that night after the boom, well, before the boom, we were about to chase a dragon, so the boom was startling, but we still finished our task immediately after it went silent. Then I took a nap, and it feels like seconds before I'm woken up again by another explosion. This time it was on the TV. When I open my eyes, I see Len sitting at the edge of the bed watching the movie Transformers on full blast. Next to the TV is a new DVD player. Actually, there were 3 stacked on top of each other, but only one was plugged in and playing the movie. My first question is, where'd you get those? And Len told me that when I fell asleep, he went over to see what had happened to Ruth. He found her deceased body sitting on her couch. Her head was leaned against the wall with a large exit wound. It looked self-inflicted, very sad. With an honest tear in his eye, Len says, Ruth would have wanted us to pawn her stuff. He extended his arm out from left to right, saying, look at all this. And that's when I see that he took more than just 3 DVD players. That alone was too much, but Len took this lady's whole operation. He said it took him a few back and forths, but he got all the good stuff before telling housekeeping about the body. At least he told somebody, right? A couple minutes after I'd woken up, we heard an ambulance siren wailing toward the motel. We watched them take Ruth out in a white body bag. Later, a girl that worked at the front desk would tell us that the police think it was an accidental death, that she was cleaning her gun. There was a kit on the table, and they think she dropped the gun, and then it shot a bullet through her face when it hit the table. She said, some scumbags already robbed her room. I masked my humiliation by acting appalled at her news, then quickly retreated back to the room. Len was good at the old pawn shop hustle. He got Ruth's stuff sold in less than a week and made over $1,000 in the process. We didn't sell everything, though. We kept the DVD player that was still plugged into the TV along with some movies. I think Ruth came back through the connection that she had with her worldly things. It angered her to see Len tiptoe over her corpse to grab handfuls of her belongings. The night she was cremated was the first night that she'd make herself known. Len would start losing more sleep than usual. He became paranoid, almost to the brink of insanity. He'd hallucinate that he'd see Ruth's white body bag standing in the dark corners of the room. Sometimes he'd see it peeking from doorways before it moved out of view. Not Ruth's face, but he knew it was her squirming around in the body bag. Finally, he couldn't take the visions. In an attempt to rid himself of the haunting, Len unplugged the DVD player and threw out the remainder of Ruth's things. That only upset her more, and Len's terrors grew past visuals and into more physical concerns. He'd wake up with no voice, like he'd been screaming all night. And I mean no voice. I don't know if you've ever strained your vocal cords to the point where all you can do is squeak like a mouse, but that was where he was at. Lying in bed, I'd see long red fingerprints across his neck and Adam's apple. This only fueled his insanity. I thought that I may have been going insane too because I couldn't explain how he'd gotten those marks, but at least I'd seen them. I don't know if it was better or worse. Is it scarier to go insane or have the monster be real? I found in Len's case that it's one and the same. To him, what he was seeing was as real as I was. The hallucinations continued to increase in morbidity, and the attacks that Len sustained started chipping away at my hallucinations theory, because I'd never heard of hallucinations leaving swollen bite marks like they were infected. I begged Len to go to a doctor, but we didn't have insurance. I told him that we'd figure it out, but he was stubborn and refused. Weeks went by, and no matter what we did, his fever never dropped below 100. We were both going cold turkey at this point and not even thinking about it. Nursing someone from the grips of death keeps the mind and hands occupied, and being on the grips of death, Len was having a hard time standing up on his own. He wasn't eating, and without using a scale, it was obvious that he'd lost a bunch of weight. He looked like he'd aged decades in a matter of days. His features were sunken in beyond recognition. I'll never forget him staring into the big mirror next to the closet and watching him bite into his own tongue until blood started to trickle down at the corners of his lips. He's smiling like he's trying to hold in laughter, but his eyes are streaming with tears. Then he opens them up really wide, and his stare pans over to me, looking at him, now looking at me in the reflection of the mirror. Len slowly opened his mouth to show me the teeth that separated from his gums and remained lodged into his tongue. I don't think I'll ever get that image out of my head. That was the last straw. I grabbed the room phone and called 911. Len was rushed off to a hospital. Then he was transferred to a mental hospital, and I never actually saw him in person again. I stayed another week at the motel until I was able to sort things out with my family and move back in. It was a sobering event, and with the support of my dad, I went to rehab. I was able to close that chapter of my life for good. Years later, I tried looking up Len on social media, but I couldn't find him, and I don't really know what happened to him after the mental hospital. Those days feel like a past life that I'm so far away from now. That chapter, it's closed, but it wrapped up with loose ends. So I don't think I'll ever be able to fully forget. Len, if you're still out there, I hope you're doing well, and I hope you were able to settle your debt with Ruth. I have a few paranormal stories, but I don't tell this one often. Not because I think that people won't believe me. I've mostly stopped caring about that, but because the second that I start talking about it, I'm back in that kitchen, 12 years old, barefoot on cold linoleum, staring at something that should not have been making the sound it was making. I'll get there. My babysitter, Mrs. Callahan, watched me so often that her house started to feel like a second home. I knew which cabinet had the good snacks, which step on the stairs creaked, and exactly how her daughter Piper liked to arrange her side of the bedroom before we went to sleep. Piper was a few years older than me. She made being older look easy, confident in that quiet way, not mean about it. We got along immediately, which I think surprised both of our mothers. Piper's bedroom was a lot of things, but subtle wasn't one of them. She collected stuffed animals and dolls, the way that kids collect trading cards, seriously and with intent. They covered the long shelf above her bed, sat 3 rows on a windowsill, and occupied an entire corner of her closet with the door left open so they weren't, as she put it, suffocating. I was used to it. After enough sleepovers, it faded into the background, just part of what her room looked like. The Raggedy Ann doll had been there the whole time. I'd never given it much thought. It sat near the middle of the shelf above the bed, legs dangling, yarn hair. It had that painted, wide smile. The standard image, really. Nothing about it really ever caught my attention, not until the dog. Biscuit. He was a beagle, stocky and even-tempered, a dog who greeted everyone like an old friend and spent most of his time either sleeping or quietly hoping that someone would drop food. I had never once heard him bark at anything inside the house. Outside, sure, squirrels, the mail carrier, even the occasional leaf. But inside, Biscuit was basically furniture. So when I heard him from down the hall, I thought something had to be wrong. Not doll wrong. I thought maybe a mouse or an animal had gotten in somewhere. Piper and I looked at each other from across the bedroom, and then we both moved to the doorway. Biscuit was in the hall, about 10 feet from Piper's door, completely rigid, every muscle locked, hackles raised in a clean line from his neck to his tail. He wasn't moving toward anything. He was just stopped, the way animals sometimes stop when they've identified something that the rest of us can't process yet. And he was staring into the room, past us, at the shelf, with the doll. Piper said his name softly. He didn't look at her, didn't even twitch. He just kept staring. There was this low sound rolling out of him, not quite a growl or a bark, something that lived between the two and didn't fully resolve into either one. I'm not proud of how fast I wanted to be somewhere else in that house. We went and told her parents. I remember being careful about how I said it, already anticipating the reaction, and I got exactly what I expected. Her dad smiled in a patient, slightly tired way that adults smile when they're deciding not to take something seriously. Her mom suggested Biscuit must have heard something outside or smelled something. Maybe he'd gotten spooked by his own reflection. They were kind about it. They were also completely unmoved. What I remember is that Piper didn't argue. She just looked at her father and said flatly, "The doll can't be in the room tonight." He paused. Something in the way that she said it, maybe. He looked at her for a moment and then walked down the hall, reached up to the shelf and tucked the Raggedy Ann under his arm. He didn't make a big production out of it. He just took it to the kitchen and set it on the counter. And that was that. We went back to sleep. I don't know what time it was that I woke up. Late. It was dark. That real middle of the night darkness and stillness. What woke me up was the sound of Piper's dad's voice carrying from the other end of the house. Not words, not at first. Just his tone, sharp and startled in a way that I hadn't heard from him. Piper was already sitting up. We met each other's eyes in the dark, and then we were both moving, out of bed and down the hall, before I'd really decided I was even going anywhere. I heard it before I understood what I was hearing. Two sounds layered together. Biscuit's bark, frantic and high. And underneath it, or maybe woven through it, something else. Something rhythmic and low, and wrong in a way that I couldn't name, and I still can't now. A sound that didn't have a clean explanation waiting on the other side of it, that's for sure. The sounds were coming from the kitchen. Her dad was standing a few feet back from the counter, not touching anything, just staring. He was still in his pajamas. He turned when he heard us in the doorway, and the look on his face was the part that I've carried with me the longest. Because this wasn't a look that was trying to manage us or minimize things, or fold the situation back into something reasonable. He looked like a man who had just seen something revise itself. Like whatever category he'd quietly filled into this the night before was no longer available to him. He told us to go back to the room. We didn't move. I'm not sure our legs worked. He said it again, gentler, and this time we went. I don't know what happened in that kitchen in the next few minutes, in whatever gap existed between us leaving and him appearing in the doorway, already dressed, coat on, keys in hand, doll tucked under his arm in a garbage bag that he'd knotted at the top. He drove out several miles, dropped it in a dumpster behind a strip mall. He told us after. He didn't elaborate on which one. I always got the impression that he wasn't sure he wanted to be able to find that place again. When people ask what the sound was, I never know how to answer. It's the one detail that I wish I could make sense out of. Biscuit, I understood, that was just fear, animal, and legible. But the other sound, the one underneath his barking, that was coming from a doll with a painted smile and yarn hair, the one that was sitting on a kitchen counter at 2 a.m. I've run through the list. Cheap mechanical toy, faulty sound box, vibrations from the building, the strange acoustics of a half-asleep mind filling in the gaps. I've never fully landed on any of them. This wasn't your average noise-making toy. Think of it as just a stuffed animal. Anyway, her dad didn't talk about it again. In all the times that I'd been back to that house, all the Saturday nights and long weekends that I'd spent with Miss Callahan, all the times I'd seen Mr. Callahan, I'd never seen his face like that, how it was that night in the kitchen. And nobody talked about it. Some things you don't revisit, I guess. You just quietly agree to leave them in the dumpster a few miles away and not go looking. The shelf above Piper's bed stayed one doll shorter after that. Biscuit still slept in her room every night for the rest of the time that I came there, right in between us, at the foot of the bed. He never needed to be invited. He just always showed up and planted himself there, like it was his obvious place to be. And honestly, everything just felt better after that. I guess I've been technically writing this one out for years. I'm in my 30s now, but this happened when I was 13, the fall of 1998, on our family's property outside of a rural town in Nevada that I'm deliberately not naming. My parents are still alive and still talk about this night. My brother and I still talk about this night. We've never had any explanation for what happened, and at this point, I don't think we ever will. This is long, so I'm sorry. There's no short version. We lived 14 miles outside of town, on a dirt road that dead-ended at our property. Nearest neighbor was almost 3 miles back toward the highway. This isolation, it felt normal when you grow up in it. You don't think of it as remote, it's just home. Single-story house, detached garage, a few outbuildings, flat scrubland in every direction, with a mountain range sitting dark on the horizon. Nevada desert. You know what it looks like. If you don't, I recommend it. My brother Casey was 9 that fall and I was 13. My parents had that property since before I was born. I remember it was a school night in October, because one of the first things that I thought when everything started was that I had a test the next morning. My parents were watching television in the living room. Casey was already in bed, and I was in my room doing homework with my door open. The first thing I noticed was the light. It didn't build gradually. It was just suddenly there, blue, coming through every window in the house simultaneously. The way light looks when it's coming from all directions at once rather than a single source. It wasn't electric blue, or like the blue of police lights. It was deeper than that, richer. The closest I can describe it is the color of gas flames when they're turned all the way up, that concentrated blue-white, except softer somehow. And it was filling the sky completely. I went to my window and looked out, and there was no sky, just blue. The desert, the scrubland, the distant mountains, all of it was bathed in this flat, even blue light that had no origin that I could find. No beam, no craft visible. Nothing overhead that I could see at all, just light everywhere. like the atmosphere itself had changed color. I heard my mom say something in the living room, but I couldn't make out the words. That's when I noticed this sound, or I guess the absence of sound, and then the presence of something else. All of my normal nighttime sounds, desert noise, wind, occasional animal, ambient hum of nothing, that was gone. Replaced by a vibration more than a sound, something I felt in my chest and in the back of my teeth before I heard it with my ears. Low and heavy, like standing next to a subwoofer that was turned all the way up. A bass reverberation that seemed to come from the ground and the air all at the same time. It wasn't painful exactly, but it was relentless, and it made it hard to think. I tried to call out to my parents, and my voice felt swallowed before it left the room. I walked into the hallway. My dad was already coming towards me. His mouth was moving, and I couldn't hear him. The vibration was too total. He grabbed my arm, and we went to the living room where my mom was standing, looking out the front window. I could see her saying something to my dad, but I couldn't hear any of it. I wondered if they could hear each other. We stood there together for what felt like several minutes, but was probably less. And then, as suddenly as it had arrived, the light was gone. The vibration cut off. The desert went back to its normal dark and quiet, and I could hear my own breathing. And my mom was saying, "What was that? What was that?" in a voice that was trying to sound calm, but it wasn't. My dad went outside. He was out there for maybe 5 minutes, and he came back. He said that he hadn't seen anything. Nothing out there, no lights, nothing on the road. That's when we heard something in the attic. Our house had a pull-down attic access in the hallway ceiling. We used it for storage. Boxes, holiday decorations, the usual. Nobody had been up there in months. The sound that started coming from it was footsteps. I don't know if there's another way to describe it. I'm not going to try to dress it up. Footsteps. Heavy, fast, back and forth across the length of the attic. Not the settling of the house. This wasn't an animal. I grew up in that house. I knew every sound that it made. This was weight moving. Something with mass and intention crossing the attic floor at a pace that felt almost frantic. Back and forth, back and forth. Something was pacing. It sounded as if my dad was up there, but he was right next to me. At that point, my mom pulled Casey out of bed, and we all stood in the living room listening to it. Casey was half asleep and confused, and I remember holding his hand without really deciding to. My dad got a flashlight. I watched him pull the attic cord. The folding stairs came down, and he climbed up slowly, flashlight ahead of him, and pushed the hatch open. What happened next took maybe 3 seconds. He heard something. We all did. I saw it register on his face before anything else. A change, a recoil, something moving behind his eyes that I'd never seen on my father's face before, and I haven't seen it since. He made a sound himself, involuntary. And then he was falling, stumbling backward down the folding stairs, grabbing the railing and half catching himself and half not. The attic hatch swung shut above him with a bang that shook the hallway. He sat on the floor for a moment. My mom went to him immediately. He described it later, what he'd experienced. And he always said it the same way. There was a sound from inside the attic, from the darkness beyond the hatch, high and thin, but with a quality underneath it that he said was the most distressing thing he'd ever heard. Almost like crying, like a voice, but wrong in a way that he couldn't fully articulate. He said it felt directed at him. He said it felt like whatever made it knew that he was there, wanted him to know that it knew, and for him to go. He didn't remember falling. Said he was pushed. He never went back up there, not that night. My mom called the police. While she was on the phone with the dispatcher, Casey appeared at my elbow, tugged my sleeve. He was pointing at the window that faced the back of the property, toward the open desert. I went to the window that he came from and I looked. It was moving fast, low to the ground, maybe a couple 100 yards out in the scrubland. It was small, but not animal small. Not coyote or dog, but small the way that a slight person is small. Upright, 2 legs, moving in a direction parallel to the house at a speed that felt wrong for someone on foot. Not quite running, but faster than a walk should be able to look. The blue light was gone and the desert was dark, but there was enough moon that I could see it as a shape, a shadow against the lighter ground. I stood at my window and Casey stood at his, and we watched it until it moved behind a low rise and didn't come back. We looked at each other across the hallway. Neither of us said anything. 2 officers arrived maybe 20 minutes later. I'm not good with time. By then, we'd heard footsteps in the attic, still. They'd slowed but not stopped. They seemed to be lessened. Both officers stood in the hallway and listened to it. I watched their faces. We all did. They heard it. But they didn't open the hatch. One of them went outside and walked the perimeter of the house with his flashlight. The other stayed inside with us and asked my parents questions in a low voice. Routine questions at first, and then stranger ones. Had we seen any lights in the area before tonight? Had we had any unusual incidents on the property? Had we spoken to any neighbors recently about anything similar? My dad answered carefully. I sat on the couch and listened, and I watched the officers' faces while they were asking questions. It was a neutral face, in a way that felt practiced rather than actually natural. I knew that, by looking at them, that they knew more than they were letting on. We all did. The second officer came back in and spoke quietly to the other. They were near the front door. Then the first one told my dad that they were going to call for additional support because they needed it before opening the attic. While we waited, something shifted in that house. I don't know how to describe it except as a pressure change. The way that air feels and everything feels when you climb an elevation. Except it moved through the rooms rather than coming from outside or nature itself. My mom put her hand on my dad's arm. One of the officers looked up at the ceiling. Everyone could hear it. The footsteps. Then 2 more vehicles pulled up outside, not patrol cars, dark SUVs. 4 men got out, came to the door. They were not police. And yeah, I was 13, so maybe I'm misremembering details. But the impression that I had then, and that my parents have confirmed in every conversation we've had about it since, is that these men were wrong for the situation in a specific way. Their clothes were too neat. Dark slacks, collared shirts, no badges. You couldn't look them in the eye because of their glasses. No uniform, really. Who were they? I don't know. They spoke to the officers outside first, and when they came in, they spoke to my parents in a tone that was polite and completely immovable. How someone speaks when they're asking questions that they know the answers to. They walked the house. They stood in the hallway under the attic hatch for several minutes. They went outside and were out there for a long time. Eventually, one of them came in to my parents, said that our family should plan to stay somewhere else that night. He used the word precautionary. He said it twice. My dad asked why, and the man said that they wanted to take a look at the property, and it would be easier without the family present, and that we'd be able to return the following day. He said a nearby motel would be covered, as if it were a reasonable sentence to say to a family standing in their own home at midnight. My dad is not a man who backs down easily. I watched him look at this man for a long moment. Then he went and got our overnight bags. We drove to the motel in silence. Casey fell asleep in the back seat almost immediately. I watched the desert out the window and didn't sleep for a long time. We were back home by noon the next day. The house was exactly how we'd left it. Nothing visibly disturbed. Nothing obviously searched. Nothing missing that we ever identified. The attic was just the attic. Boxes, decorations. My parents walked every room. My dad went up to the attic, stood there for several minutes and came back down and didn't say what he was looking for, or whether he found it. But I don't think he did. We never received any follow-up. No phone call, no visit, no documentation of any kind. As far as any official record is concerned, I don't believe that night exists anywhere. But here's what I haven't told you yet. Something that all 5 of us saw. When the men in the dark SUV had been there for maybe 40 minutes, while we were still waiting to be told to leave, while my parents were talking to one of the officers near the front door, the blue light came back. All of us outside at that moment turned toward the desert at the same time. It rose from the ground, maybe a half-mile out, maybe less. It wasn't a gradual lift. It was on the ground and then it was moving, straight up, accelerating in a way that felt like a violation of something, like watching a movie played at the wrong speed. It was the same blue-white light that came before. Beneath it for just a moment before it cleared the ground, I could see a shape. Dark against the light, flat at the bottom. No wings, no lights. Not beyond what it was emanating. It was there and then it was gone. Its arrival had been much longer. The departure, short, quick. I looked at all of the adults' faces. The men in the dark slacks. Their faces gave nothing. One of them said something quickly to another. Whatever they were and whatever they knew, they'd seen this before. My dad brought that up last Thanksgiving. He still does. Every year or so, unprompted, usually when there's a quiet moment and the right people are in the room. All I want to be clear about is that my dad, he's a natural storyteller, always has been. He tells that night the way that he tells any good story, with timing and detail and the right pauses in the right places, and people lean in every time. He's made peace with it in a way that lets him own it. The blue light, the attic, the men in the dark slacks. In his hands, it's extraordinary. Something that happened to him and he survived and carries well. I've never really been able to tell it that way. Maybe because I was 13 and he was an adult, we were simply experiencing different nights in different capacities. I don't know, but it could be the figures that Casey and I saw. Something that he didn't necessarily have to wrap his brain around. Not a memory for him. Not part of his story. Just ours. 20 weeks into my second pregnancy, and I had intense premonitions that I would die during the delivery of our son. It wasn't the normal pregnancy fears. I'd given birth a couple of years before to a healthy baby girl. This was different. My intuition kept telling me that I would need a hysterectomy. My organs were going to combine, and I would need a blood transfusion. Several. I kept seeing my funeral, me delivering a healthy baby boy. Yes, I told everyone, and yes, everyone thought I was crazy. In my doctor's and my husband's defenses, all of my tests were negative, all of them. So when I gave birth to a happy and healthy boy, no one expected anything was going to happen, except for me. And in 3 seconds after delivering our son, I was dead. Everyone was in shock, except for me. Of course, I was dead now, so telling everyone "I told you so" really wasn't at the top of my list. I was resuscitated 37 seconds later and put into a medically induced coma, where everything I had visions of came true. The intuition was something I could not ignore. I ended up surviving a very rare amniotic fluid embolism, a 1 in 40,000 risk, where most women will not survive a full-blown AFE. There are 2 reasons I'm alive today. One is during a consultation with an anesthesiologist. She felt unnerved by hearing me talk about my premonitions. Based on nothing else but our conversation, she flagged my file and incorporated extra blood and a crash cart during the delivery. And the second reason, I sensed something, and I said something, over and over again, even when everyone thought I was crazy. I didn't care. Call me crazy any day, but call it to me as I'm above ground, because in the unlikely event you have a strong premonition or intuition that tells you you're going to die, you'd rather have them call you crazy than shake their head in sorrow because they didn't believe you. Speak up. It could save your life. It saved mine. My aunt was in the hospital, and I was 17, alone in her house trying to hold everything together. Her place wasn't unfamiliar to me. I'd spent enough time there over the years that I knew which stair creaked and how the back door stuck in the humidity. But knowing a house and living alone in it are totally different things. Without her there, the rooms felt bigger than they should have. I kept the television on more than I needed to. My car had been in the shop for about a week, so I'd fallen into a routine. Up before 5, out the door while it was still dark, 2 buses to get to work, 2 buses back. The morning route especially had a specific loneliness to it. Standing under a streetlight before the rest of the world was awake, I'd gotten used to it mostly. One evening on the ride home, something shifted in me that I couldn't explain. It wasn't a thought exactly, more like a weight that dropped into my chest without warning. I sat on that bus convinced that something was wrong with my aunt. By the time I got inside, I had my phone out, calling the hospital, calling family. Everyone told me the same thing. She was stable. She was resting. Nothing had changed. I had no reason to feel what I was feeling. I went to bed eventually, though I didn't feel entirely settled. I told myself that it was stress of the week catching up to me, and I closed my eyes. What happened next? I've spent a long time trying to find the right words for. I became aware of a presence beside my bed. Not with a jolt, not with fear. It was closer to the way that you notice warmth when you step into the sunlight. I opened my eyes and there was a man standing near my bedside table. He was old, but no one I recognized, and he seemed to be made of something other than what people are made of. The best I can describe it is light, not blinding, just present, the way a candle holds its own against a dark room. He looked at me with complete calm and asked me to listen. I wasn't afraid. I know how strange that sounds, but fear never entered the room with him. My attention went to him fully, the way you give your attention to someone who you know, without explanation, means you no harm. He told me not to go to work in the morning. Then he turned and pointed toward the window. He said, "Danger," was waiting outside. He said it again, "Don't go to work." And then, between one blink and the next, he was simply gone. The room went dark in a way that hadn't felt dark before he came. I lay there while my eyes adjusted, and that's when I understood I hadn't been asleep. There was no dream to surface from, no grogginess or disorientation. I was fully awake. My mind clear, my heart steady. I checked my phone. I was 15 minutes ahead of my alarm. I called my cousin. She listened and told me gently that I'd been dreaming, that the stress of being alone and worrying about my aunt had gotten into my sleep. I didn't argue with her, but I also couldn't let it go. Something in me, the same thing that had dropped into my chest on the bus, was pulling me toward that window. I asked her to stay on the phone with me while I looked. She agreed, probably expecting nothing. I crossed the room and looked outside. There was someone in the trees nearest the garage door, still, half hidden, watching the house. My garage door was the door I left from every morning before 5, in the dark, alone. I told my cousin what I was seeing. She put me on hold to call 911. While I waited, I moved to the side window. That's when I saw a second person, positioned behind the hedge at the end of the driveway, tucked back like a contingency plan, like someone who expected a person might run. I disconnected and called out of work. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My cousin called back to tell me the police were on their way. Fortunately, the officers came without sirens, and from my window, I watched 2 men break from their positions and run as the patrol cars rolled onto the street. One car went after them. An officer on foot followed. Another came to the door and sat with me inside until word came through that both men had been apprehended. It makes me sick that they weren't charged with anything that stuck in the end, but the officers who spoke with me didn't mince words. They advised that our family install security cameras immediately and committed to increasing patrols on the street. The cameras went up within a week, and nothing happened again. But I do think about that man beside my bed more than I think about the men outside. The police, the calls, the cameras, all of that has an explanation, but he doesn't. All I know is that I was 17, alone, and someone made sure I didn't walk out that door for the last time. I worked nights at an office depot in the early 2000s. There were 2, at most 3 of us locked in the store overnight. The manager would let us out at 6 a.m. No one could come in or out without setting off the alarm. The weird things that happened started with footsteps down the hallway. My coworker and I would be in the back office printing signs, and all of a sudden you'd hear someone walking down the hallway towards us. One of us would peek out, and there would be no one there. One night we're working, and around 3 a.m., the store phone keeps ringing. My coworker finally picks it up, listens for a few seconds, and says, "Sorry, you have the wrong number," and hangs up. It rings again. Same girl. He hangs up. Calls again. This time he puts her on speaker. She's crying, sobbing. "Why won't you talk to me? What's wrong with you?" My coworker, "Ma'am, you have the wrong number. Please stop calling." He hangs up. He looks at me and he says, "This is fucking weird, man." I tell him it's just some crazy person calling. No big deal. The phone rings again. He puts it on speaker. "I'm not crazy." Click. She hangs up and never calls again. Scared the ever-loving shit out of us. One night I'm stocking the supply side of the store, envelopes and stuff like that. My coworker comes running over from tech and heads to the next aisle over. He says there's someone in the store. I think that he's messing with me, but he's clearly disturbed by it. We search the store, and no one's there. I asked what he saw, and he says that there was a man walking parallel to me on the next aisle. He was up on a ladder stocking printers and saw him. He was extremely spooked by this, almost falling off the ladder. One night, 3 of us were working together in one aisle, goofing off, really, and we hear a man's voice on the other side of the store yell out, "What the hell?" at the top of his lungs. It scared all of us so badly, we called the morning manager. He wasn't happy, told us to quit fucking around. When I took 2 weeks off for my honeymoon, the guy that they got to cover for me lasted 1 week before he quit. I ran into him a few weeks after I got back, asked him what happened. He said he couldn't do it. He kept seeing people standing there, out of the corner of his eye, but when he looked, no one was there. He said footsteps turned into something charging at him. Something invisible. The night crew stopped when I left. My coworker quit and they hired a woman to replace him. Her second night, she came up to me and said the back of her neck was on fire. I looked, and she had these fresh, deep red scratches running from her neck to the middle of her back. They weren't bleeding, but they were obvious, and they looked painful. It scared the hell out of her, and me, to be quite honest. That was the last straw for me. I quit a few days later. This toy had been in storage for years. A small stuffed elephant with a wind-up music box in its belly. When you twisted the knob, it would play this slow, tinkling lullaby. Something generic but sweet. My son used to fall asleep to it every night when he was little. He's 15 now, sleeps like the dead with earbuds in and his door locked. The elephant hadn't seen daylight since we boxed up the nursery. A few weeks ago, I was digging through old bins in the garage, trying to clear space. I found the elephant tucked in some baby blankets. It looked clean enough, faded but intact. I brought it inside, more out of nostalgia than anything. I left it on the shelf in the hallway, right outside my bedroom. That night, close to midnight, I was brushing my teeth when I heard the song. It was that soft, winding lullaby drifting down the hallway. I sort of froze where I was. It wasn't muffled, nothing coming from a screen or a neighbor's house. It was clear and close. I stepped out of the bathroom. I saw the elephant on the shelf, moving. The music box itself, winding itself, slow and steady, as the elephant rocked gently with the motion. I stood there for a good minute, just listening, and then it stopped. No one else was awake. No one else could have touched it. That night was rough. The next morning, I moved it to a box in the closet. I haven't heard it since, but every so often, I check to make sure it's still in there. Just in case, I guess. I don't talk about this, really. Whenever I have, people get that look. You know the one. They're waiting for you to finish, so they can politely write you off as going through something. But I know what happened. I know what I felt. And even if I don't know what it was, I know it wasn't human. It started last spring. I just moved into my apartment and nothing major was off. The shifts from normal to bad started a few months after moving in. First, small stuff. Little annoyances that I brushed off. I'd find things knocked over when I came home, like a cup tipped off the counter, shoes turned around, picture frame slightly off. I assumed I was being clumsy or tired, distracted. But then it escalated. One night I was getting ready for bed, and the bathroom door slammed shut behind me, so hard it shook the mirror. No windows open, no draft, just this violent, intentional slam. It felt like it was aimed at me. I thought maybe someone had broken in. I checked the whole apartment and nothing. Just me and the silence that followed after I stopped hurrying around. But the worst moment, the one that I still wake up remembering, was about a week after the door slamming. I was in the kitchen, barefoot, getting a glass of water. All of a sudden, I felt this force, cold and fast. It rushed past me and shoved me from behind, hard. I hit the floor so fast, I didn't have time to catch myself. My lip split open on the tile. My glass shattered. I screamed, not because it hurt, but because I knew that no one else was there. But something had pushed me. I felt it. The weight, the intention. And right before it happened, just for a second, I swear I felt and heard a breath in my ear. A low, angry exhale. Not like wind, not like a floorboard creaking. It was a breath. After that, it didn't even stop. Lights flickering when I entered a room. The sense of being watched, so intense, I couldn't sleep without the lights on. I even stayed with a friend for a few nights, and after I begged her to tell me if I was crazy or not, she admitted to me she heard footsteps pacing outside my bedroom one night when she'd stayed over. She said it was obvious it was coming from right outside the door, but it was even more obvious that no one was out there because the door was open and she could see clearly. I moved out a month later. I left some furniture behind. I didn't care. Whatever it wasn't tied to me, so that's what I thought. 2 weeks after moving, my car radio switched to static, and then it cut out completely. For a few seconds, I couldn't breathe. Not panic, actual suffocation, like the air was gone. I felt this wave of horror like this was death. And then, just like that, it stopped. I was able to catch my breath again. The radio was back, like nothing had happened. I screamed at the top of my lungs, telling whatever it was to go away, to leave me alone. I don't know exactly what I said, but I know it was hysterical. Nothing like it's ever happened since, though. I don't know what it was. A spirit, a presence, just pure hatred. All I know is it wasn't there to just scare me. I think it was truly there to hurt me. Maybe even kill me. I was at a sushi restaurant with my dad. It was some fancy place, a little cozy spot that we used to go to every few weeks when we wanted to catch up. We'd ordered a couple of rolls, miso soup, a bottle of sake to share. Nothing unusual. Then, in the middle of a quiet lull in our conversation, my dad's sake cup slid across the table. Quick, smooth, no sound. Just moved about 3 inches to the left, like somebody had gently pushed it with their finger. Only nobody had. We were both sitting still. Neither of us had touched the table. We just stared at it for a second. He raised his eyebrows, I sort of shrugged, and we moved on. Maybe both of us too stubborn to be the first one to say that something weird had happened. And then it happened again. Same thing. Smooth movement, no sound, straight line. This time we both said something, almost at the same time. Did you see that? Yeah. I thought I was imagining it before. We tried everything we could to recreate it. We nudged the table, tapped the cup, checked the surface for water. The table wasn't wobbly, it wasn't slanted. The bottom of the cup wasn't wet. Nothing explained it. And the weirdest part, no matter where we moved the cup, it would always return to that same exact spot. Always. Like the table itself had some kind of magnetic pull, except there was nothing under it, nothing inside of it, and nothing in the restaurant was reacting in any strange way. Just that cup, and just that spot. Eventually, we left it alone. We finished our food and we went home, both pretending that we weren't as unsettled as we were. I've never had anything like that happen again, not there or anywhere else. My dad and I brought it up once more a few years ago, kind of laughed it off, but we both admitted that we still couldn't explain it. Whatever it was, it never came back, because we didn't stop going to that sushi place, but I still think about it sometimes. What a strange thing. We didn't have a real Boy Scout or Brownie Scout troop when I was a kid, but we did have a few parents who took kids camping during summer breaks. We didn't earn badges or anything like that. We mostly went hiking and roasted marshmallows with the occasional ghost story. We were a small group, usually a couple of adults and 5 or 6 kids, but there were only 4 of us the last time I went. My friend's dad and uncle had taken us to a spot that we'd been to a dozen or more times. There was nothing new or different about it from any other trips. We had 4 tents, 1 for each of the adults and 2 for the kids. That first night, we went to bed around 10, but only the adults actually went to sleep. After an hour, we were bored, and we decided to go exploring. We went back up the same small trail that we'd hiked that morning, one that we had all been on countless times. There was a gnarly, twisted tree that was always used as a turnaround point, but we didn't see it that time. We walked for what felt like too long, and finally realized we didn't see anything that looked familiar. Our flashlights weren't anything fancy, so we had just been pointing them at the ground and talking the whole time. No one had really paid attention to where we were going. Assuming that we passed the tree, we turned back. Again, too much time had passed. We still never saw the tree or anything familiar. It was starting to look like we turned onto a different trail or something, but we didn't recognize anything. We knew the whole area well. One of us should have recognized something. That's about the time that we started hearing movement in the woods. It sounded like a big animal, but the biggest thing that we have is black bears, and none of us had ever seen one around the campsite. We tried to find the source with our flashlight, but the trees were too thick to see anything. Whatever it was coming closer, so we walked away. And then it started running, so we started running. Its footsteps were way heavier than a person's, and we could hear tree limbs breaking as it rushed through the woods. I've never run so fast in my life. I assumed the others were behind me, but I was too afraid to actually look back. I'm not sure how far or how long we ran, but eventually I fell down. 2 of my friends were behind me and stopped to pull me up. That's when we realized it was quiet again. Nothing was chasing us. And we recognized the path we were on, finally. I'm not sure how we got to it. It was a different one from where we started, and they weren't supposed to connect, but we never actually left the trail. We yelled for our missing friend, but he never appeared. It was almost daylight, even though we hadn't been gone nearly long enough for the sun to be up. So we went back to camp. We hoped our friend would already be there, but we only found 2 angry, hungover chaperones looking everywhere for us. It felt like we were gone for maybe an hour or 2, but it had been over 6 hours. We were made to stay at camp while the adults went to look for our missing friend. They were gone for over an hour and came back empty-handed. We called the police after that and spent the rest of the day being interviewed while search and rescue took over. They never found a trace of our friend or anything that could have been chasing us. Everyone treated us like we made the whole thing up, but they never found any discrepancies in our stories. There were no more camping trips after that. Nobody would have wanted to go even if someone had tried to organize one. A lot of people blamed the chaperones, even though they genuinely did nothing wrong. I just have no frickin' clue what happened that night, no matter how many times I tell this story. It could have been a baby bear, but I'm convinced it wasn't. During a camping trip to northern Ontario in 2012, I believe I saw a baby Bigfoot. I was 16 at the time, tagging along with my friend and his family for a trip to Algonquin Park. It was my first real adventure into the Canadian wilderness, and I was excited to soak everything in. The towering trees, the different air, the feeling of being completely surrounded by nature. It was different for me. During one of our hikes, we were walking a winding trail through the dense forest when something unusual caught my eye. A flash of black against the vibrant red of a maple tree stood out among the greens and browns around us. I stopped, squinting, and I realized it was a small creature perched on one of the higher branches. It was facing the trunk of the tree, crouched low, as if trying to hide. At first, my logical brain thought that it might be a baby bear, but as I studied it, I began to notice things that didn't add up. For one, its limbs looked too long and lean for a baby bear cub. More like arms with small, dexterous hands gripping the bark. Its head seemed rounder, with no visible muzzle or snout like you'd expect on a bear, and when it turned its head slightly, I could see intelligent, curious eyes staring back at me. Eyes that seemed more human than animal. We locked eyes for what felt like several seconds, and that's when it did something strange. The creature pressed itself closer to the tree, hugging the trunk tightly, as if it thought that by hiding its face, I wouldn't be able to see it anymore. It was almost childlike, as if it didn't fully understand how hiding worked. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for it. It looked scared, but not aggressive. "Hey, look," I called out to the group, pointing up at the tree. Everyone stopped, following my gaze. "What is that?" "Oh, it's just a baby bear," someone said dismissively. "We better keep moving before the mama bear shows up." But even as the others began walking again, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the creature. The more I looked, the less it resembled a bear. The way it clung to the tree, its slender fingers curling around the bark. It was deliberate, so human. And the way it pressed its face into the trunk, as if trying to disappear, was something I couldn't imagine a bear doing. I tried to explain what I was seeing, but no one seemed interested. "It's just a bear cub," they repeated, waving me off. But deep down, I knew they were wrong. I knew what I saw wasn't a bear. It couldn't have been. Bears don't have hands like that. Bears don't behave like that. I thought about that moment often over the years, replaying it in my mind. What was it? A young Bigfoot? Some other creature we don't understand? I'll never know for sure, but I wish I could go back and take a closer look. Maybe snap a picture or find some proof. People still doubt me when I tell the story, but I stand by what I saw. It wasn't a baby bear. It was something else. Something extraordinary. I've been a firefighter for nearly 15 years, and I've seen my fair share of things that would make most people never sleep again. But nothing, not even the worst infernos I've ever faced, could prepare me for what happened on this night. The call came in around 2 a.m. An old warehouse in the industrial district was ablaze. By the time we arrived, the fire had already consumed most of the structure. Captain split us into 2 teams to search for any squatters who might have been trapped inside. I was paired with Martinez, but as we made our way through the thick smoke, a beam collapsed between us, cutting me off. I radioed in, but the static drowned out any response. Somehow, my radio was busted. I tried doubling back, but the fire had grown way too intense. The air was scorching. My visibility was practically zero. I knew that I was in trouble. Then, through the roar of flames, I heard a voice. "Over here." It was faint but insistent, cutting through the chaos like my actual lifeline. I turned and I saw a figure in turnout gear just ahead of me, illuminated by the flickering fire. Thank God. I was stumbling towards them, telling them, "I'm stuck, lead me out." The figure didn't respond, but motioned for me to follow. I didn't question it, I was too focused on surviving. We weaved through the maze of debris, ducking under falling beams, skirting walls of flames. I kept calling out, trying to get a name or confirmation of who it was, but they stayed silent. Finally, we reached a clear exit. The figure stopped, turned to look at me, and then simply walked into the smoke, disappearing. I stumbled out into the cold night air, half expecting to see the figure that had led me to safety. I was coughing and gasping as my team rushed over. "Jesus, we thought we lost you," Martinez said to me, grabbing my shoulder. He asked, "Where the hell were you?" "I got separated," I said. "One of you guys found me and led me out." The team exchanged confused glances. My captain stepped forward. "I don't know what you're talking about. We've all been outside. No one went back in after the collapse." I froze and my mind was racing, replaying every step, every detail. I was certain that I'd followed someone. The turnout gear, the voice, it was all real, wasn't it? Later that night, as I lay awake in the station bunk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been saved by something or someone not of this world. I don't know if it was a ghost, a guardian angel, or something else entirely. I don't think I'll ever know. What I do know is I shouldn't have made it out of that fire alive, but I did. And it wasn't by my own doing. Does anyone truly believe that they've seen a supernatural or alien being? When I was 17, I believe I saw a demon. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty. I went into the kitchen to get some water, which wasn't unusual. When I walked into the kitchen and flipped on the light, I saw what I can only describe as a large, golem-looking creature. It looked at me in the face, and it screeched. A noise I can never replicate, but I'll never forget. Then, it crawled on the walls into the unlit part of the house. Well, after confirming I wasn't sleeping or dreaming, I ran into my room, turned on music, and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I've only told a handful of people about it, and yes, I'm completely serious. I'm not out here trying to get anyone to believe in demons or anything like that. I'm honestly just wondering how many people out there have had similar things happen to them. It can make you feel crazy at times. Many years ago, I had a job cleaning floors overnight on the graveyard shift once the business closed. The owner of the cleaning service had contracts with the stores like Kmart, True Value Hardware, and a few other retail and department stores. Normally, it was just 2 or 3 guys to a store, depending on the size of the store. True Value, for example, was small, so there'd only be 2 guys assigned. There was a running joke about how scary it is to be locked inside the store, all alone at night, and you don't want to ever experience it. People really seemed to feel this way about the Kmart. I would hear stories of people hearing voices or jokes about it, but I never thought much more about it. Every time I reported to where I was assigned, there was always another guy or 2 there. There were never any issues for me. Well, one night when I reported to where I was assigned, the Kmart, I was told the other 2 guys had called out, so I'd be on my own. I wasn't a bit scared at all. I didn't really think about it. That was until about 10 p.m., when all the Kmart employees had left, and the last car rolled out of the parking lot. And so I was locked in the store, alone. I soon realized what everyone meant about how scary it is to be locked in a store this big, alone, overnight. I immediately started hearing noises. I for sure tried to brush it off. But I swear that sometimes it sounded like actual voices. Things like, "Hey," or "Yo." I realized every little noise was causing me alarm. What was that? Who's there? Hello? The entire night you think or you feel like someone's there. I called out hello several times even though I was sure I was alone. The worst part was going into the dark warehouse for supplies. Dead silence. But then you hear a noise. I went to the hardware section at around midnight, and I stuck a hammer in my back pocket for protection. I was convinced that someone was in the store with me this time. By 2 a.m., I was in the sporting goods to grab a baseball bat. I never had to use these things, but I sure felt good carrying them around. It was a huge store, only me inside, and I was locked in. Dead silence. I remember constantly checking the parking lot just to see if someone had arrived or something. The noises going constantly, especially the ones that sounded like voices. They made my imagination start running wild. I was never so happy to see the sun come up and get the hell out of there. I for sure think everyone is on to something. That Kmart was haunted. I can't say the same for True Value, though. That place was pretty boring, and definitely not haunted. When my son was born, I lived in a house that was 110 years old. It was a beautiful home that had been restored to its original beauty. It had solid walls, high ceilings, huge comfortable rooms, and a swinging door between the dining room and living room. There were a few times that I'd catch something in my peripheral vision, a flash, a slight movement, etc. I didn't really dwell on it as I had other things that required my attention, being the single mother of a young child. One evening, after a very long day at work, my son was about 6 months old at the time. I had him upstairs with me in my bedroom watching a movie. The swinging door in the kitchen swooshed. We usually kept it propped open. I didn't think much about it, thinking it was my roommate closing it for some reason. Then it happened again, and again, and again. It kept happening. I went to the top of the stairs and called my roommate's name a couple of times. No answer. The door kept swooshing. I called my roommate on her cell phone. She was over a block away at a friend's house, and they came over immediately. They had 911 already dialed on the phone, ready to dial the next one because we thought someone was in that big house, someone that shouldn't be. There was no one there, but oddly enough, there was a gas leak. The whole downstairs reeked of gas. I don't know what or who swooshed that door, but I do know that if my son and I had gone to sleep without knowing there was a gas leak, it's quite possible I wouldn't be writing this today. I guess this is why I say or think that not all spirits are scary or bad. Sometimes I think they act as mysterious guardian angels. At least, in my case, they did. In 2011, my friend's sister Mira joined an engineering college with on-campus hostels for both boys and girls. Mira was assigned a room on the second floor of the girls' hostel, Building C, with a roommate named Santa. The room was intended for 3 people, but for reasons unknown, the third bed and cupboard remained empty from the day Mira moved in. The first week went uneventfully. Classes, assignments, and exploring the new city kept them both pretty busy, but things took a strange turn in the second week when Santa started acting oddly. She began staying up all night and sleeping through the day, barely speaking even when awake. As time went on, her behavior became more unsettling, and Mira rarely saw her during daylight hours. One night, Mira was jolted awake. The lights in the room were on, and there at her desk sat Santa. Her hair hung loosely around her face, and an open book lay upside down in front of her. Something about her posture was deeply unnerving. Mira called Santa's name softly at first. Santa? There was no response. She called again, louder. Santa? Still, no reaction. By the fourth call, almost shouting, Santa finally looked up. What Mira saw made her freeze. Santa's eyes were wide open, bloodshot and unblinking. Her expression blank. She leaned forward and whispered, "Sleep." Terrified, Mira pulled the covers over herself and lay there, heart pounding, all the way till dawn. The next day, as soon as her lectures were over, Mira rushed to the warden's office to request a room change. When the warden asked her why, Mira hesitated and then mentioned how unsettling her experiences with Santa had been. She saw the warden's face go pale. "Mira," she said slowly, "no one else was ever assigned to that room with you. From day one, you were meant to be alone." Mira never saw Santa again. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, she said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. When I was about 14, I lived in an old house that once belonged to my great-grandmother. Right next door was an even older house that was once home to my great-grandmother's mother, Mama Roberts. Mama Roberts was dead, and I always suspected that she may have died in the house, because there was a creepy feel whenever you were in that house. We mostly used the house for storage, but there was also a ping pong table, and my friends would come over and we'd play ping pong in the house. One day, my friends and I were playing ping pong and it started to get late, so we turned off the lights in the house. My friends went home, and I went back to my house. After an hour or so, my parents called me and told me that the light was on in the house, right where we were playing ping pong. I was sure that I'd turned off the light, but I stepped outside. I saw that dark, scary house with the light on in the room where we had been. The thought of going into that house in the dark gave me goosebumps all over. I was very scared, but almost for no reason. And then I had a thought. Mama Roberts is my relative. She wouldn't hurt me. Her spirit may even be able to help me if she had the chance. So I shouted out to the house and said, "Mama Roberts, I left the light on. Can you turn the light off?" That instant, the light went off. It still creeps me out, and that was 22 years ago.